Thank you. Good morning. We are here on the record of case number 2019-443, the electronic 2019 Integrated Resource Planning Report of Kentucky Power Company. My name is Kent Chandler. I'm Vice Chairman of the Public Service Commission, and I will be presiding today. Joining me today via video conference is Commissioner Talina Matthews. Chairman Schmidt is unable to attend today's hearing and will view the hearing at a later date. At this time, I would normally caution attendees to please set your cellular phones to silent mode or to turn them off. Due to the current state of emergency in Kentucky, the Commission is hosting this hearing via video conferencing. Since this continues to be a learning experience for everyone, there are a few suggestions I offer. In addition to the normal courtesies regarding cell phones, these tips may help with clarity and avoid feedback issues for the video conference hearing. Mute your microphone if you are not speaking. Attorneys, please, when interjecting, state your name so the video record is clear. If you use a phone for the audio and a computer for the video, please turn off the computer audio. Otherwise, there will be feedback. If you are in a room with several people on their own computers, turn off the computer audio for all but one computer. Otherwise, there will also be feedback. If another participant is in a nearby office, please close the doors between the offices. That will also cause feedback. Once in GoToMeeting software, in the GoToMeeting software platform, go to your settings to ensure the microphone setting is on the microphone you are using. There's a pull-down menu feature in GoToMeeting's settings that will list the available microphones. Please try to use wired headphones or wired earbuds for better quality sound. Wired is preferred because the wireless may lose their battery. Please keep a charger nearby in case your computer battery runs low. And please immediately alert the Commission if you experience technology failure that prevents your participation at any time in the proceedings. Attorneys should contact staff at the previously provided cell phone number. Have we done that?
We have.
Ms. Frederick? Thank you. The hearing today is for the purpose of taking evidence on Kentucky Power's integrated resource planning. At this time, we will have the entry of appearance of counsel. Given the unique challenges of conducting a video hearing, I will also request that as each party's counsel identifies themselves and their co-counsel, that they also identify their witnesses. Initially for the applicant.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair Mark Overstreet, Stites and Harbison, 421 West Main Street, Frankfort, Kentucky, appearing on behalf of Kentucky Power, also entering an appearance and appearing on behalf of Kentucky Power is Katie Glass of Stites and Harbison at the same address. Present but not entering an appearance for Kentucky Power are Kristen Blend and Hector Garcia Santana. Our witnesses are Brett Madison, Brian West, Greg Bell, Everett Phillips, Cameron Ali, Kelly Pierce, Scott Fisher, Alex Vaughn, Gary Spitznagel, Tim Kearns, Mark Becker, Ismael Martinez, Carl Bletzacker, and Chad Burnett. I believe I got everyone in that list.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Overstreet. And for the intervener, the Attorney General.
Good morning, Vice Chair. On behalf of the Attorney General, Lawrence Cook, and we have no witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. And for KIUC.
Good morning. On behalf of KIUC, Mike Kurtz and Jody Kyler-Cohn.
All right, thank you, Ms. Cohn. And for Commission staff.
For Commission staff, Tina Frederick and Nancy Vinsel is joining us remotely. Also, Zachary Rippey will be sharing some documents for us today.
Thank you, Ms. Frederick. And I've been advised that public notice has been filed into the record. Is that correct, Ms. Frederick?
That is correct.
Thank you. Mr. Overstreet.
I was just going to confirm that. I didn't realize you had directed your question to Ms. Frederick.
It's okay. Double, it will be like the press, double confirmation on anything. And are there any outstanding motions for any of the parties?
There are none.
Okay. And are there any motions that need to be taken care of at this time from the stand? Or from
None
the
from
bench?
Kentucky Power.
Okay. At this time, we'll open up for public comments. Should anyone from the public like to provide the commission with public comment, and instructions to call in are located on our website at psc.ky.gov. The phone lines will remain open for several minutes at the start of the hearing and close if there are no callers or after everyone has had an opportunity to speak. Should you call in, please state your name and address for the record before making your statement, and please keep your comments to 5 minutes or less. If there is more than one caller, please be respectful and allow one person to make a statement at a time. It should be noted that comments may always be submitted on the PSC's website at psc.ky.gov. On that issue, if anybody is viewing this remotely and would like to provide written comments, the Public Service Commission just asks, as you provide comments, that you please also state your name and your address, and to help commission staff direct your comments. Also, in your written comments, state the case number, which in this matter is case number 2019-00443. So we'll just take a minute here to get the phone set up and open it up for public comment. And while we're waiting for that, Mr. Overstreet, I know that I'd received a message from staff counsel earlier indicating that you may have a timing issue with one of your witnesses. I just want to, before we start, given the process that we're following today, to ensure that I think approximately 14 witnesses you mentioned today will all be available at the outset.
That is correct, Your Honor. Mr. Vaughn is present. He was the witness that there was a chance he would be delayed, but he is here. I've been trying to screen the list of attendees against the witness list, and I don't see any that are AWOL, but perhaps we could do a roll call.
It's not the worst idea. I have a list of the different. I have a list of what I believe to be the witnesses, and I think this may also give us an opportunity to identify the 3 callers that we have that are not connected to an individual login, so that if we go into confidential session as well, that may help. So if I could, I'm happy to go down the list, or I can leave it to you, Mr. Overstreet.
I'll defer to you,
Okay.
Mr. Vice Chair.
I see Mr. Ali, Mr. Pierce, Mr. West, Mr. Fisher, Mr. Vaughn, Mr. Spitznagel, Mr. Kearns, Mr. Madison, Mr. Becker, Mr. Martinez. Don't see.
Mr. Bledsacker is on the phone only, I understand.
Okay, Mr. Blutzecker, could you speak so we could identify which line, which call line you're on?
Yes, good morning. This is Carl Bledsacker.
Okay. And Mr. Blutzecker, is there any way that you could have a camera available for purposes of swearing in?
No, I'm not equipped with a camera.
Okay. And then Mr. Bell,
Nobody's on there yet.
I see Mr. Bell, there we are. Mr. Phillips,
Okay.
let's see Mr. Phillips. Mr. Chad Burnett, I see Mr. Burnett, okay.
We've got a cell phone working. Is anyone on the line?
This is Ismael Martinez.
That's one of the, one second. You want, at this time, we're gonna check the phone line to see if anyone is available for public comment. Go ahead, Ms. Frederick.
This is the Public Service Commission. Is anyone on the line?
Okay.
Does not appear so.
All right, thank you, Ms. Frederick. We'll move on then, and just reiterate for the record that if anybody would like to file a comment on this case, they can do so by sending, they can do so by going onto our website, psc.ky.gov, stating their name, address, and the case number, which is case number 2019-00443. If we could, is there anybody else that is using their phone for audio in addition to Mr. Bletsacker and Mr. Martinez?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. This is Kristen Blend. I am using audio on my phone, but I'm also on the video screen.
Okay, Ms. Blend, it is showing up.
I do not.
It is showing up connected for you. There's just one more that's unconnected to the video.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, this is Brian West.
Okay.
I'm calling in as well.
Thank you. There, you're the one. All right. Okay.
Mr. Vice Chair, I see that you have me accounted for, but this is Hector Garcia, and I'm also connected to the audio, but I think that it's linked to my online login.
All right. Thank you very much. So, there you are, Mr. Overstreet. I've got about 40 panes on my computer screen here. So I do think that Mr. Bletsacker presents a unique instance. I think that we'll swear the witnesses in as a panel and ensure that we see confirmation that Mr. Bletsacker's line lights up when he agrees
I think
with
the
it.
audio from the hearing room has gone down.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, Vice Chair, we can hear you and we can see you.
Okay. So was that Mr. West that was having a problem hearing?
I think it sounded like Mr. Cook.
Yes, that's what I thought.
Okay. Well, if everybody else can hear Mr. Cook? Mr. Cook? I'd like to wait to continue because I think Mr. Cook may be the only attorney on from the Attorney General's office.
And Vice Chairman Chandler, this is Ms. Blend. We also just recently became aware that Company Witness West's computer screen or video screen has frozen. So he's working on resolving that.
Okay, so we'll just take a minute to fix those two issues. Mrs. Fred, could you send Mr. Cook an email
Okay.
indicating that we can't hear or see him?
Okay.
I'm kind of afraid that may cause problems getting people back in, yeah.
I've emailed him, no response.
Say that again?
I emailed him.
Thank you.
This is Kristen Blend again. It looks like Mr. Cook left a comment in the chat box. Wanted to make sure that
Yeah, I
the
think
commission
our-
saw that if you hadn't already.
I
Okay,
think our IT is checking the chat. Thank you.
thank you.
Mr. Cook, can you hear us?
Vice Chair, I also have Mr. Cook on the line. He is not able to hear you. I'm trying to work with him separately.
Okay. So how about, would it be a good time to take a break since we've done a lot of work this morning?
I'm sorry, I missed that, Vice Chair.
Sorry, would it be better to take a couple minutes so that Mr.
Yes.
West and Mr. Cook can get back on? I think Mr. West may have fixed his problem, but
Okay.
to get Mr. Cook settled.
Yes, I think that's a good idea.
Okay, we'll take a short recess until 9:25. Thank you. Now, Mr. Cook, can you hear us?
Yes, Vice Chair.
Perfect. All right. So if everybody doesn't mind to turn their videos back on. Mr. Overstreet, I think we were speaking before we had the issues, that given the situation that Mr. Bletzacker doesn't have a video, I'd like to make sure, it lights up when a person speaks. And so we will have we'll have video confirmation that he said, that he, affirmed, the swearing in. I guess my only issue is, would there be a way that following the hearing, insofar as he provides responses today, that Mr. Bletzacker could file a written, affidavit to that effect?
I see no reason why that would be a problem.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure. I think that fixes my concern, but given like I said, this is the first time for everything. And so we'll work on this moving forward, but I think that would just be a belt and suspenders situation. So if all of the witnesses for Kentucky Power could please raise their right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is true and correct under the penalty of perjury?
I do.
I do.
Okay.
I do. I do.
All right. Thank you.
I do.
And Mr. Overstreet, I assume that you all have spoken about the process before, but you can lower your hands. Excuse me. You all have spoken about the process before, about the introduction of witnesses, or what process you all may go through on if you're going to conduct any direct examination. Is that correct?
I've spoken to my witnesses about it. The only person that we have direct examination for is Mr. Madison. He's being presented to provide direct examination at the request of the commission.
Okay. And does commission staff have a concern with Mr. Madison providing that direct at the outset?
No.
Okay. Okay. And so would you like to call your first witness then, Mr. Overstreet, your first individual witness?
Certainly, Mr. Vice Chair. The Kentucky Power Company calls D. Brett Madison.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I will say before we get started that my computer, like some others, has been going in and out. If it does it during this process, I will just call in audio since I've been sworn in. So just wanted to make you aware of that.
Thank you. Mr. Vice Chair, may I proceed?
Yeah, Mr. Overstreet, you may ask.
Mr. Madison, please state your name, employer, and position.
Name is Brett Madison. Work for Kentucky Power, 1645 Winchester Avenue, Ashland, Kentucky, 41101. And I'm the president and COO of Kentucky Power.
And Mr. Madison, are you here on behalf of Kentucky Power to provide direct testimony on the areas identified to the company by staff?
Yes, I am.
Okay. The first of those areas, Mr. Madison, was the company's overall approach to its 2019 IRP. Could you please describe Kentucky Power's overall approach to its 2019 IRP?
Yes, it was a collaborative process among Kentucky Power, its stakeholders, and employees of American Electric Power Service Corporation, we refer to as AEPSC.
Okay. And before going into more detail and describing the process, could you identify for the commission and staff and the interveners who from Kentucky Power specifically was involved in the process and the nature of their involvement?
Okay, would you like me to include the AEPSC witnesses as well in that?
No, just Kentucky Power for right now.
Okay, Kentucky Power would be myself, Brian West, we've got Greg Bell, would be someone that has entered some data responses for Kentucky Power.
And then in connection with the preparation of the IRP document itself, which was filed last December, were you and the persons you identified from Kentucky Power involved in the review and preparation of that document?
Yes, we were.
And you worked in collaboration with the Service Corps persons who were involved? Okay.
Yes, that is correct.
I believe when you were highlighting the approach, you mentioned that that stakeholders were involved. Could you identify what role was provided by stakeholders? Was played by stakeholders?
Sure. We set up what we call the IRP Technical Conference. It was October the 3rd of 2019. We were not required to do a stakeholder process, but we thought it would be a very good idea to include the stakeholders that we felt like would have a connection in the proceedings, that we would view as interested parties, and so they could have input into the company's approach and the modeling of the IRP.
And who were some of the stakeholders that attended?
They were the Kentucky Industrial Utilities Group, known as KIUC. We had representation there from the Attorney General Office. We also had some individuals there from the commission staff that were there as an observer only. Marathon, our largest customer, had representation. We also had the Office of Policy of Kentucky Energy and Environmental Cabinet, and there was representatives from the Kentucky State Chamber that attended the process.
And did Kentucky Power consider the input from the stakeholders in connection with the preparation of its 2019 IRP?
Yes, as I recall, Mr. Kurtz, representing KIUC, talked about us including market-based pricing, and so we decided we would add that at his request to have some short-term market-based pricing included into the process, and we did do that.
Thank you, Mr. Madison. Could you just sort of briefly outline the role played by the employees of the Service Corps AEPSC?
Sure. They bring a lot of value to this process because they not only, of course, do it for Kentucky Power, they do it for the other utilities of American Electric Power, which stretch out over a multitude of states, different regulatory bodies, and they're very accustomed to utilizing modeling and forecasting, and they use the most reasonable approaches possible to try to figure out what we need to use from generating facilities, capacities, renewables at the best cost available to consumers at the time. So they're very vital in our process.
Okay, and was the one of the objectives of the IRP process involving both Kentucky Power and AEPSC employees was to identify a plan for providing Kentucky Power's customers with an adequate and reliable supply of electricity at the lowest possible cost?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Now, the IRP was filed in almost a year ago in December 2019. Was it intended to be a firm plan for meeting the company's resource needs?
No, it's not a firm plan. It's a snapshot in time based on known variables at the time the IRP is conducted. It's not a firm commitment. There's things that are changing within the industry constantly, and as you mentioned, it happened a year ago, and so the plan put forth was based on known variables at the time in the forecasting a year ago.
As part of the preparation of the IRP, was the company, Kentucky Power's strategy directed toward replacing its existing large central, principally coal-fired generating stations with pretty much the same?
No, historically that would be the case, that we would, rely on large central generating stations. However, the landscape in the energy sector is changing quite rapidly. The growth is slower for various reasons. It could be economics of the area, technology, whenever you look at old fossil fuel generating facilities that are retiring. It's really changed how we go about looking at energy in the future and supplying those needs. There was a time when I look back historically in the company that we would always have a piece of property purchased. We knew what the fuel source of that large generating facility would be. We even had a name for it, but that has changed dramatically with the onset of smaller generators, technology, distributed generation, and flexibility, I think, is the key today. When you look at an RRP, we've got to be flexible.
And you mentioned distributed generation. Would that include wind or would that include solar?
Yes, it would include renewable sources.
Okay. And is it the company's intention to force incremental costs associated with these renewable sources on its customers?
No, the company has no desire to do what I would say force green goals onto our customers. That is not what we intend to do.
Okay. And we've talked about some of the fuel-related changes in this evolving energy landscape. Could you identify for commission and staff and the interveners any non-fuel changes and developments?
Sure. I think some of the non-fuel developments, the first I would mention would be this plan is through a period of 2034. And within that time frame, in a very short time frame, Rockport, which is a facility that we have a UPA agreement with that will end in December of 2022, that is a non-fuel issue that we definitely are going to walk away from in December. That is a 393 megawatt facility in Indiana. And then the Big Sandy plant within that time frame that I mentioned is a 285 megawatt gas-fired facility in Louisa, Kentucky. And it's set to retire in 2030. So those would be two things that we've got to look at, how we'll replace those, one generating station and one the UPA.
Okay, since the IRP was filed last December, have there been any other developments that have affected or might affect the issues raised in the IRP?
Yes, one would be, and I'll look at the Mitchell plant. We were required to file with the USA EPA CCR and ELG by November the 30th, of which we did. We filed with the EPA for ELG and CCR. And we also filed, when I talk about bottom ash pond, whenever we made that filing on November the 30th, we wanted an alternative date of July the 31st of 2023 to be able to dispose of particulate in the bottom ash pond, because the requirement right now is for April of 2021, and that's just unfeasible for us to be able to meet that stringent date. So we asked for the extension to July the 31st of 2023. And I would note that Mitchell is capable of running through 2040. And as we speak, we have our team doing analysis on the Mitchell plant. And we plan to file based on economics of the CCR and ELG with the commission in the first quarter based on economics to see the feasibility of that 2040 date.
Thank you, Mr. Madison. Mr. Madison, you mentioned the 2040 date. Was that the date that you indicated in your testimony before the commission in the recently concluded rate case hearing that the Mitchell plant was capable of running through?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Let's talk about the next topic that staff identified, which is inputs considered. What inputs did Kentucky Power, in conjunction with American Electric Service Power Company, consider in preparing its 2019 IRP?
Well, it looked at different fundamentals, several fundamentals, including demand side resources and the supply side resources.
Did you look at different forecasted load scenarios?
Yes, we did. We looked at utilizing demand side management, energy efficiency, combined heat and power, and volt bar, which is a bar optimization technology that can be used in various technologies we did look at.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Madison. Just so the record is clear, I just want to make sure that the company actually looked at different load forecast scenarios.
Yes, we did.
Okay, great. Thank you. Was distributed generation also modeled?
Yes, DG was modeled in our PJM territory. It was.
Okay. What kind of supply side resources did the company look at?
Well, there were several that I looked at. Natural gas, aeroderivatives, combined cycle, battery storage, short-term market pricing that I mentioned earlier, and of course, large-scale solar and wind for our renewables.
Okay. Did you look at, you may have said this, did you look at battery storage?
Yes, I believe I mentioned it, and yes,
Okay,
we did look at battery storage.
You broke up in mid-answer and I did not
Sorry
hear
about
that.
that.
Okay. The next topic that staff and commission inquired concerning was how the company developed its preferred plan. So can you just provide at a very high level how the preferred plan was developed?
Yeah, we utilized a modeling, which is Plexos. I may not be saying that properly. Different people say it different. PLEXOS, LP. It's a long-term model that's used in the forecast to create the optimal plan. It factors in power and fuel prices, resource cost and load, and it takes some significant time to run. And Mark Becker, who you mentioned early at the onset, is the individual for the AEPSC that runs this for us.
And would Mr. Martinez also be able to offer testimony on that subject?
Yes, he could.
Okay. And you indicated that Plexos was used in connection with identifying the preferred plan. In using Plexos, did the company model more than one scenario?
Yes, we did. We modeled various load forecasting and pricing assumptions.
Okay. And like you, I don't have a great deal of facility with or familiarity with Plexos, but based on your understanding, is Plexos widely used and recognized in the utility industry?
Yes, it is, and there's one that Kentucky Power has used many times in its IRP model.
Okay. And you indicated Kentucky Power, did you mean to say AEPSC on behalf of the various AEP operating companies?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And
I'm sorry. AEPSC utilizes that model with our various utilities, but in particular, Kentucky Power has used it more than once, is what I was meaning.
So I think the last topic that was identified was Kentucky Power's preferred plan, which is set out in the IRP documents. So could you describe generally, again, at a high level, what that preferred plan involves?
Yes, well, it's a phased-in approach. It's one that will give the ability to be able to check and adjust and look at it as we move forward in deciding what those resources were. It helps us prudently manage the fleet, ensuring the security of Kentucky Power's customers and that we're providing the low-cost generation at the time. Okay.
And could you next highlight for the commission staff and interveners a summary of the major components of the preferred plan, and if they appear in the IRP document, maybe you could direct us to where they appear?
Yes, they're in the executive summary on page 5, and I'll just read through some of the highlights of those if I could. Kentucky would continue to operate its existing generating facilities, including Big Sandy 1 through 2030, and the Kentucky share of Mitchell units, which are in Moundsville, West Virginia. Short-term market purchases that we mentioned earlier for capacity obligations, which would be required once the UPA is finished for us at the end of 2022. We would plan to add utility scale solar beginning with 101 megawatts, nameplate solar in 2023, increasing to a total of 455 megawatts by 2034. And then we would add 100 megawatts nameplate of new wind resources in 2028, and an additional 100 megawatts nameplate in 2030. Implement customer and grid energy efficiency programs, including volt and bar, reducing energy requirements by over 38 gigawatt hours, and 10 megawatts of capacity by 2034. And it assumes that we would, Kentucky Power's customers would add, as we mentioned earlier, DG, distributed generation, rooftop solar capacity of 9 megawatts through 2034.
And as part of the IRP filing, did Kentucky Power lay out, I guess for lack of a better term, a 3-year action plan?
Yes, we did.
And is that in the document itself?
It is in the executive summary in a table, as I recall.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Madison's available for cross-examination.
Thank you, and I believe has the process for by which order parties are going to conduct cross-examination been discussed prior to the hearing?
I believe it was by email.
Okay, so just as a procedural matter, in terms of the process for cross-examination, I think staff counsel will conduct cross-examination first, followed by KIUC by either Ms. Cohn or Mr. Kurtz, and then Mr. Cook from the Attorney General's office. Is that the party's understanding?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Overstreet. Ms. Frederick?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Madison, I want to turn your attention to a document that was filed in this case on December the 7th. It's Kentucky Power's recent EPA filing regarding alternative disposal capacity for the Bottom Ash Pond CCR Management Unit. And in that filing, Kentucky Power discusses certain improvements such as conversion to dry handling and repurposing a portion of the CCR surface impoundment to a lined pond for non-CCR waste streams. Can you explain whether Kentucky Power has calculated the estimated total cost and the customer bill impact of these improvements? And if so, what is the estimated cost and the impact on a residential bill?
I'm not sure of the proper answer for that, and that may be one for Brian West and Alex Vaughn to be able to handle better than I can.
Okay, fair enough. At the rate case hearing recently, Alex Vaughn testified that Kentucky Power plans to purchase capacity from an AEP affiliate after the Rockport UPA expires. From which AEP affiliate will the purchase be made?
I'm not sure of which affiliate that would be. I know we're going to do short-term market purchases, but I believe Alex Vaughn would be the witness for that as well.
Can I ask Ms. Frederick, do you have these specific questions for Mr. Madison, and then we'll circle back to?
We can circle back.
Okay, on the rest of the witnesses. Okay,
We
thank
can
you.
circle back. In Kentucky Power's recent rate case, Kentucky Power mentioned the carbon neutral goal for AEP. Can you expand upon this and explain how Kentucky Power plans to contribute towards that goal?
Well, I think I was one that mentioned that and was brought up that I was on a panel in September the 30th, FERC panel on carbon pricing, and the goal for AEP as a whole is 70% reduction by 2030, 80% by 2050, and I believe I said with an aspirational goal of having zero carbon emissions. And that is an AEP goal. So when you look out across the spectrum of the generating fleet of AEP, the sum of the parts equal the whole. So all utilities within the AEP footprint will be contributing to that ultimate goal.
Okay. Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you, Ms. Frederick. Mr. Kurtz, Ms. Cohn, any questions specifically for Mr. Madison?
None specific to Mr. Madison, Mr. Vice Chair. We'll defer to the larger panel.
Thank you. Mr. Cook, any questions specifically for Mr. Madison?
No, Your Honor, not specifically for Mr. Madison. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Matthews?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on the carbon goals discussion. And it wasn't clear to me in the rate case either. You say the AEP has an 80% goal by,
2050.
I want to know what the base period is for that. 80% of what?
Goes back, the base, Commissioner, begins back in the year 2000. It's a base from 2000 forward.
Okay. And again, could you explain the relationship between AEP's, what you call an aspirational goal, and what Kentucky Power will be expected to do?
Well, what we're expected to do as part of that goal is what I mentioned earlier is in the IRP, we want to look at a balanced approach in what is the most economical next, I call it the next kilowatt hour generated, what is the most economical for our customers within the Kentucky Power footprint. You will have, I believe, other utilities within the AEP footprint may be able to contribute far greater than Kentucky Power can to that carbon goal within that period of time when you look at what our generating facilities consist of. Of course, Rockport's just a contractual agreement. Big Sandy is gas-fired, as we know, and Mitchell is coal-fired. But Nick Akins, our chairman, recently mentioned that concerning the Biden administration, those goals may be extremely aggressive, and to shutter our fossil fuel plants too quick may not be feasible. So the way that Kentucky Power will contribute to that goal is we have a small portion of generating facilities in comparison to other fleets across the footprint.
Okay, thank you. Question about economic development. I'm going to assume that when this IRP was being written, there were more opportunities expected for economic development, maybe than came to pass. I'm thinking specifically Brady.
I would think that based on what I recall whenever we were doing this, Commissioner, that Brady was, I hate to put a percentage on it, but in my mind was about 25% opportunity. And today, I would say that Brady, which is now Unity, they changed the name, is much closer to coming to fruition than it ever has since it's been announced. So I think that it was a worse opportunity for Brady a year ago than it would be.
Okay, and I think Interblue, had that already been determined that it would not locate in Eastern Kentucky when this IRP was written?
I believe that is correct, subject to check.
Yeah, it's the timing of your IRPs were fairly close together, so it's hard to remember.
Right.
I think that's all that I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Madison, I just have, I think, one line of questioning, and we can get into the details with the panel. But I'm just curious what Kentucky Power's position is on the on carbon pricing or the proposed carbon pricing policy statement by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission.
Well, and I think the panel, there'll be some experts far better than I that can address that, Commission Vice Chair. However, I do believe in some of the modeling. It was done with estimated carbon pricing and without carbon pricing, and I think we've got some witnesses that can get into the detail of that far better than I.
Yeah, and I'm just curious if you all are for, against, neutral. I'm just curious what your all's position on either an imposed carbon price at the federal level or a carbon pricing or repricing mechanism at the regional level, the RTO level.
Well, I'm not sure and wouldn't say that we're against it. Of course, we wouldn't want it to be too onerous. We'd want it to be something fair and equitable. And I see that being something at federal level would be where that could be better managed.
I have no additional questions for Mr. Madison. Mr. Overstreet, do you have any redirect to Mr. Madison?
I do not, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Overstreet, I'll be the first to admit I've never done this before. I've also never done an impaneled group like an FAC hearing. So, do you want to? I guess we've already identified the individual witnesses today. Do you want to call them individually, or how would you like to proceed?
And like you, although I've been doing this for over 40 years, this is my maiden voyage, and I assume we would proceed in the fashion that we do in fuel adjustment clause cases where panels are frequently used, in that I can call the witnesses individually and then have them identify themselves, their positions, and have them confirm any sort of prior data request responses filed in the case, if you'd like, or we could proceed however the Vice Chair would like.
No, I think that would work best, Mr. Overstreet.
Okay, great. Mr. Madison, I'll start with you. You've already identified yourself and your position. Did you cause to be filed in this proceeding data request responses? Mr. Madison is frozen on my screen. I don't know if that's the result of the question or... Mr. Madison, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. Did you cause to be filed in this proceeding any data request responses?
Yes, I believe I did.
Okay, and to the extent that you caused them to be filed, do you have any corrections or supplementation of those responses?
No, I do not.
And if you were asked those same questions here today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Okay. Mr. West, there you are.
Yes, Mr. Overstreet.
Did you cause to be filed in this case any data request responses?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any questions or supplementation?
No, I do not.
And if you were asked those same questions here today, do you have any, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Mr. Bell, I think this is your maiden voyage at the commission.
Yes, it is.
All righty. Welcome. Did you cause to be filed in this proceeding any data request responses?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any corrections or changes to those responses?
No, I don't.
And if asked the same questions here today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
All right. Your Honor, I know that Mr. Blatzacker also had data request, also sponsored data request responses. So I'll turn to him next. Mr. Blatzacker, did you cause to be filed in the record of this proceeding data request responses?
Yes, this is Carl Blatzacker, and I did.
And I apologize, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll circle back with Mr. West and Mr. Bell to have them further identify themselves. But Mr. Blatzacker, could you identify your position, your employer, and your business address?
Yes, sir. My name is Carl R. Blatzacker. I am Director of Fundamentals Analysis for American Electric Power Service Corporation, 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio.
Okay. And you indicated that you actually sponsored some data request responses. Do you have any corrections or supplementation of those responses?
No, sir, I do not.
And if asked the same questions here today, would your responses be the same?
Yes, sir, they would.
And thank you, Mr. Bledsacker. Mr. West, if I might circle back to you quickly, could you just state your name, business address, and position with Kentucky Power Company?
Certainly. Brian K. West, Director of Regulatory Services. Office address is 1645 Winchester Avenue, Ashland, Kentucky 41101.
Thank you, Mr. West. And Mr. Bell, you've already addressed the data request responses you filed, but could you state your position with Kentucky Power Company, business address, please?
Yes. My name's Greg Bell, Director of Risk and Project Management. Address is 12333 Kevin Avenue, Ashland, Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. And then I'll start at the top of our list again, Mr. Vice Chair, and go through the remaining persons. Mr. Ali, good morning.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Overstreet.
It's nice to see you. Would you please state your employer, your position, and business address?
Yes, Mr. Overstreet, I'm Managing Director of Transmission Planning for the AEP Service Corporation. My business address is 8500 Smiths Mill Road, New Albany, Ohio 43054.
And Mr. Ali, did you cause to be filed in the record of this proceeding any data request responses?
Yes, Mr. Overstreet, I did.
And do you have any corrections or additions to those responses?
No, I don't.
And if asked the questions here today, would your responses be the same?
Yes, they will be.
Okay. Dr. Pierce, good morning. Could you state your, thank you. Could you state your name, employer, and position and business address for the commission?
Certainly. My name is Kelly Douglas Pierce. I am the Managing Director of Transmission Asset Strategy and Policy for American Electric Power Service Corporation. And my business address is 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio, 43215.
And Mr. Pierce, did you cause to be filed in the proceeding any responses to data request?
I don't believe I did.
Okay. Mr. Fisher, there you are, upper left-hand corner. So was that the Paul Lynn position on Hollywood Squares? Mr. Fisher, did you cause to be filed in this proceeding any data request responses?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any corrections or additions to those responses?
No, I do not.
And if asked the same questions here today, would your responses be the same?
Yes, they would.
Okay, and then could you identify your employer, position, and business address?
My name is G. Scott Fisher. My title is Manager of Resource Planning for American Electric Power Service Corporation. And my business address is 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Mr. Vaughn? Can you hear me? Great.
Yes, morning.
Okay. Great, good morning. Mr. Vaughn, did you, let me start over. Can you state your name, position, employer, and business address for the record?
Certainly. Alex E. Vaughn, Director of Regulated Pricing and Renewables for AEP Service Corporation, 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio.
And did you cause to be filed in this proceeding any data request responses?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I did help in developing some, but I don't think my name is on any of them.
That was my memory too. Mr. Spitznagel,
Morning, Mr. Overstreet.
good morning. Would you please state your name, position, and business address with American Electric Power Service Corporation?
My name's Gary O. Spitznagel. I'm Vice President of Environmental Services. I'm in 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio.
And Mr. Spitznagel, did you cause to be filed in this proceeding any data request responses?
Yes, sir, I did.
And do you have any corrections or supplementation of those responses?
I do not know.
And if asked the same questions this morning, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Thank you, Mr. Spitznagel. Mr. Kearns.
Good morning, Mr. Overstreet.
Good morning. Would you please state your name, employer, position, and business address for the commission?
Yes, I'm Timothy Kearns. I'm I'm Vice President of Generating Assets with responsibility for Kentucky Power as well as Indiana Michigan Power. My business address is 2791 North US Highway 231 in Rockport, Indiana.
And at the time the IRP was prepared and filed in this proceeding, were you occupying the same position that you occupy today?
No, sir, I was not.
And who was the person that occupied that position?
That was Deborah Osborne.
And is Ms. Osborne retired from the company now?
Yes, she is.
Okay, thank you. To your knowledge, did Ms. Osborne file any data request responses in this proceeding?
No, to my knowledge, she did not. As Mr. Vaughn stated, I believe she was also involved with preparation, but she did not file any.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kearns.
Thank you.
Mr. Becker, good morning. Mr. Becker, we can't hear you, or at least I can't hear you. I still cannot hear you. Your lips are moving, but I cannot hear you. Mr. Vice Chair, maybe we could move on to the next person and give Mr. Becker an opportunity to address his issues.
That'll be fine if you want to move on to Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, Mr. Martinez.
Good morning.
Good morning. Please state your name, employer, business address, and position.
My name is Ismael Martinez. I am a resource planning analyst staff for American Electric Power Service Corporation. The business address is 212 East 6th Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma, 74119.
Thank you. And did you cause to be filed in this proceeding any responses to data request?
Not directly. I was involved in preparation for supporting witnesses, though.
Okay, thank you. Can we see if Mr. Becker is able to be heard now? Could you speak, Mr.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay, good.
Okay.
My name is Mark Becker.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
My name is Mark Becker. I'm Managing Director of Resource Planning for AEPSC. My business address is 212 East 6th Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Thank you. And Mr. Becker, did you cause to be filed in this proceeding any responses to data request responses?
No, I did not.
Okay. And Your Honor, we also have on the phone Mr. Phillips and Mr. Burnett. I'll have them identify themselves, but I do not believe they filed any data request responses. So starting with Mr. Phillips, could you state your name, employer, position, and business address?
Everett G. Phillips, Vice President, Distribution Region Operations for Kentucky Power. Business address is 1645 Winchester Avenue, Ashland, Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. And am I correct in my understanding that you did not file any data request responses? Thank you. And last, Mr. Burnett.
Hi, my name is Chad Burnett. I'm the Director of Economic Forecasting for the AEP Service Company. My business address is 212 East 6th Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Thank you, Mr. Burnett. And am I correct in my understanding that you did not file any data request responses in this proceeding?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Vice Chair, I think I have run the table. I'm not aware of anyone else. If I've overlooked a Kentucky Power or AEP-SC witness, please speak up now.
I was going through my list as well, Mr. Overstreet, and I think that was everybody we had, all 14.
Okay.
So
Okay.
Thank you
Thank
for
you.
that. And before we start conducting cross-examination, I'll just remind the witnesses some of the comments earlier that because the witnesses will be questioned as a panel rather than questioned individually, we swore you all in all at once. But for the purposes of the record, when answering a question, each witness should identify themselves by name prior to responding to the question asked. I think it may be a tedious process because I'm sure everybody else will be waiting for somebody else to speak up and respond. But if you could get off mute and do it as efficiently as possible, but still identifying yourself, we would appreciate that. So,
Mr. Vice Chair, may I interject something at this point?
Please.
We recognize the size of the witness panel, and Mr. West has probably the greatest overall knowledge of the witnesses and their areas of responsibility. And if there's an uncomfortable silence with the Commission's permission, he will jump in and perhaps act as a traffic cop to help out here.
Thank you, Mr. Overstreet. Ms. Frederick, you prepared?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Regarding the Rockport UPA, explain whether Kentucky Power has changed its plans and is now considering renewing the lease.
This is Brian West. No, we have not changed our plans. Our plans continue to be that the UPA will expire and will not be renewed.
Thank you. Given that the IRP process is an ongoing process and each IRP filing represents only a snapshot in time, can you provide an update on any significant changes that have occurred on the demand side?
Brian West speaking. Chad Burnett is.
I'm sorry,
are you
Your
aware
Honor.
of anything?
I'm having a really hard time hearing Mr. West. I don't know if anybody else is, but he sounds very muffled to me.
Mr. West, are you able to get closer to the microphone or the phone you're using?
Yeah, I apologize. Is that better?
That's better.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I was going to point that to Chad Burnett in forecasting to see if he could answer that question.
Yes, this is Chad Burnett, and I believe the question was, has there been any significant change in demand since the IRP has been forecast or filed? And I think everybody's aware that we've had a global pandemic as a response to the COVID-19, and that has had the impact on Kentucky Power's near-term demand. It caused the U.S. economy to go into a recession for the first time since 2009 or 8, I should say. So we are seeing a significant impact in the current environment, but I just would remind everybody that an IRP is a long-term planning document. And so, nobody's expecting this pandemic to last out throughout the entire IRP planning horizon. So, we have lowered our forecast, but I don't know how significant it would be.
Thank you. Was there anyone else that was going to respond to that question? Okay. Being none, we'll move on to supply side. Can you provide an update on any significant changes that have occurred on the supply side since this IRP was drafted?
Brian West speaking. Do you mean any changes with our current fleet, Kentucky Power's current fleet, or any changes with respect to something that was modeled in the IRP?
Any changes in your current fleet?
Brian West speaking again. There are no changes that I'm aware of in our current fleet.
And has there been changes in your modeling?
Mr. Fisher?
Can you hear me? Yes, so in the 2019 IRP, we were in section 4, we described our supply side resources. And if you read that carefully, you'll find out that those resources cost and performance characteristics were developed by internally by AEP's generation engineering group. And since that time, we've made a move to follow the EIA's supply side resource options and technologies. And those are published, by the EIA and on the AEO 2020 report website. That's the most significant change. As well as in the going in position as shown on executive summary page 7. And Mr. Madison mentioned this, the 20 megawatt solar facility. I don't know exactly the commercial operation date that we assumed, but that most likely that would be delayed potentially a year or two since that original project has been canceled.
This is Brett Madison, and I'll reiterate, and I mentioned it in my direct from Mr. Overstreet, that it's not modeling, but the CCR and ELG filing that we made in regard to Mitchell November the 30th, and I mentioned that that plant has the capability of running to 2040. And we are continuing to evaluate the economics of the CCR ELG, and we'll have an application with a CPCN and a ECPN before the commission within the first quarter.
What inputs does Kentucky Power consider to be the most risky or uncertain for the demand forecasts, and why?
So this is Chad Burnett. I'll speak a little bit about the demand forecast. So the question about which inputs are the most risky
Or uncertain, yes.
or uncertain. So, when you think about the inputs that go into a load forecast, we use economic forecasts, which are done by Moody's Analytics for our service territory. Changes in the economy can happen, like we are seeing currently with this pandemic, but generally those are easier to predict. I would say the ones that tend to be the more uncertain are the information that we get from our large customers who, they may be planning an expansion or something like that may or may not materialize. So that's the kind of information that we probably would have to say is the most uncertain.
And how is that uncertainty addressed in the forecast?
So within my shop, I've got a team of economists and we work a lot of experience. And so when we receive information from our customer services that say that they're going to do an expansion, for instance, I think Brady was mentioned earlier, we look at historical what have other customers in those industries done based, and also looking at what Moody's Analytics is predicting for that industry. And we will make an adjustment or kind of discount the magnitude of that adjustment to put into the load forecast to be more realistic.
Excuse me, Mr. Burnett, could you just confirm that you were the person that gave that immediately prior answer?
Yes, this is still Mr. Burnett, I'm sorry.
Okay. Sometimes in economic modeling, personal knowledge might need to be applied to the economic models. For instance, regional data may not reflect recent local economic development that would impact demand. Does Kentucky Power ever look at the models and judge their reasonableness?
This is Chad Burnett again, and you're exactly right. The first step in our process, as we mentioned, is to look at the latest economic forecast for the Kentucky Power Service Territory. So this is done on a county level basis from Moody's Analytics. And the first thing that we do in my shop is we review that forecast. And we're looking at a number of variables that would be critical for determining the economy to make sure they are reasonable. And while it doesn't happen very frequently, there have been instances where we would see a forecast from Moody's that looks a little out of line for a specific region. And we would call them out on that and see what the best way to adjust that going forward so it wouldn't adversely impact the forecast.
So Kentucky Power does evaluate load forecasting models and how realistic they actually are?
This is Chad Burnett, and yes, that is true.
So can I ask, does Kentucky Power do that with the individual Moody's county by county economic development, or the county by county data, or does AEPSC do it on Kentucky Power's behalf?
Thank you. This is Chad Burnett again, and I think that correction is true. Every month, my job on behalf of Kentucky Power, I'm reviewing what's happening with our economy, what's happening with our load, and I'm sharing this with the Kentucky Power management team. So I think it's done in conjunction, but most of that effort is led by me and my team, and so it would be done by the AEP Service Corps on behalf of Kentucky Power.
Okay. Thanks. Ms. Frederick, sorry.
It's okay, thank you. And the preferred plan in this IRP selects short-term market purchases for capacity obligations after the expiration of the Rockport UPA, specifically 150 megawatts in 2022 and 100 megawatts in 2023. At the rate case hearing recently, Alex Vaughn stated that Kentucky Power planned to purchase capacity from an AEP affiliate after the Rockport UPA expires. From which AEP affiliate will the purchase be made?
Yeah, hi, it's Alex Vaughn. So the way this would work is, we have a FERC-approved qualified pooling agreement. It's known as the Power Coordination Agreement. Internally, we refer to it as the PCA. And through that, we can sell bilaterally to between the FRR companies. So to the extent you have one or more FRR companies that are long capacity over their capacity obligation in the pool, the total FRR pool, and you have a company that is short, we then allocate that short purchase amongst the long companies, and the transaction price that we've been doing in those type of bilateral sales amongst affiliates has been what the long companies would have otherwise sold into the RPM auction, the base residual auction at. So really it's just compensating them for a lost opportunity cost sale. So for example, we had a company, Wheeling Power was short in the past, one delivery year, and so it purchased from the length of the pool, and so Kentucky Power, I&M, and Appalachian Power Company, the long companies, would have received proportionate revenue from that that bilateral to the to Wheeling Power. So kind of the same thing is contemplated here. And when you think of 22 and 23, you have to remember that PJM is done on a delivery year basis, so June 1 through May 31st. And really, Kentucky Power is still long or capacity sufficient the first 5 months of 2022. And they really don't go short until the UPA expires in December. And so they'll be purchasing, you know, bilaterally for part of that year from the remainder of the AEP FRR pool to cover their short. So you can't really say which exactly counterparty it'll be. It'll probably be, as I sit here today, I would say it'll be some combination of Indiana Michigan Power and Appalachian Power Company that will be providing a portion of their length to cover Kentucky Power's temporary short there.
Thank you. Can you explain if an RFP is used for any of these affiliate purchases?
No, you really can't have someone else transact in your FRR plan. These things have to be covered 3 years out through PJM's rules. And so we have sufficient capacity in the plan. You know, if you were to do some sort of market solicitation and there was available capacity out there, we've never found a counterparty that would be willing to sell at less than what they could have received in PJM's base residual auction had they bid their capacity into that. So that is, that's kind of the bogey for the price of short-term bilateral capacity within the power coordination agreement. Because remember, if there is one company that's long or multiple companies are long, under certain circumstances, they can make excess sales into RPM. And so if they're providing that capacity to an affiliate rather than selling it in RPM, we're just making them whole for their lost opportunity cost of the sale.
Can you explain how it is to Kentucky Power's benefit to purchase power from an AEP affiliate rather than issue an RFP?
It's my same answer I just gave. No willing seller of capacity would accept less than what they could have otherwise sold it for in the market. So you're just making Kentucky Power indifferent there, and the company that's foregoing a sale into RPM indifferent. The benefits to Kentucky Power are also that any purchase of capacity from an affiliate in the power coordination agreement, those, you know, if we're talking PJM here, which we are, any capacity resource has to be unit specific. There is performance risk on that, and you don't know what you're doing from an outside entity. What's inside the FRR pool is well known to the company and its affiliates, and it's insured as part of our overall portfolio. And because we are against capacity performance term, so you know, there's extra risk mitigation by purchasing from within the existing FRR pool that you can't achieve by going external through an RFP or any other source.
Explain the criteria that Kentucky Power plans to evaluate when choosing the short-term market purchase.
Again, for 22-23, there is criteria. Beyond what we have to do through PJM to serve our capacity obligations, what's in the tariff there. So like I said, you know, we have the UPA up through, Kentucky Power has the UPA up through December of 2022. So you really have this stub year, you know, because of really you'd have it no matter what, because the UPA isn't on a calendar year and PJM's capacity construct is not on a calendar year. So you kind of have a 22-23 where you have to plan for it within the FRR plan kind of regardless. You know, I don't have any criteria right now for what we would do post 22, 23 delivery year, but I think it would be something similar. It'd be either a solicitation to see if someone would provide capacity below what they could otherwise receive in the market, but that doesn't seem logical to me.
Okay.
Mr. Vaughn, could you confirm that you provided that last answer?
Yes, I never stopped talking. That was me the whole way through.
I have a follow-up question to your discussion about this affiliate purchase. And are you saying that the base residual auction price is always going to be the price paid by Kentucky Power?
I'm saying that is what we have done thus far in these instances within the FRR plan. So again, you have to bring a compliant plan to PJM at the time of the base residual auction, whether you're in the base residual auction or you're not. So we are not, being the AEP companies, the regulated ones in the East, I&M, Kentucky Power, APCO, and Wheeling Power Company, and Kingsport Power. So we bring them a compliant plan prior to the auction, and if the long companies in the plan were not selling to a short company within the plan to cover a temporary short, they would otherwise sell that length into RPM. So that it makes the most sense for both the purchaser and the seller that would be the price at which you transact.
Is the capacity purchased through the PCA a purchase over the whole period?
Yeah, you have to plan for the delivery year. So it's 1 year at a time, 3 years out. And again, we have this weird circumstance with 22-23 where you have Kentucky Power is capacity sufficient and long for the first, 6 months, 7 months of the year, and then of the delivery year, and then they're short after the UPA goes away, and they'll lean on their affiliates in the pool for that period. So they'll only be purchasing really, for the back half of the delivery year.
Let me ask, if I can, Ms. Reddick, let me ask you a question, Mr. Vaughn. Kentucky
Sure.
Power is long on capacity in the 2021-2022 delivery year, right?
Correct.
Does it sell that long capacity into the PJM BRA?
Trying to remember where we are. We're in 2021 right now. So yes, we make sales to the extent that the plan is long enough. There are, per PJM's tariff, there's you have to meet your reserve margin, and then there's a little bit of a holdback that you have to include as well if you're an FR entity. Then any length out of the total FRR plan is sold into the BRA, and then subsequently we may make additional sales into the incremental auctions as load forecast, again, you do all this stuff 3 years out, so the load may change and you may become more long or more short as you get closer to the delivery year, and you may be able to transact in incremental auctions as well. And the commercial operations group does that on behalf of the East companies, and any of those sales are allocated, as I've described earlier, through the PCA amongst the long companies. So if the plan's long and Kentucky Power's long and we make sale, Kentucky Power gets its proportionate share of that.
Right,
Those proceeds then track back through the system sales clause, to match up against what was embedded in base rates for the company in terms of off-system sales margins.
So that's I'm learning a lot this morning. So the excess capacity in any given year. Let me ask two things. There's an FRR plan, right? Is it an AEP East FRR plan or a Kentucky Power FRR plan?
We have an FRR plan that includes all of the resources and load obligations of Kentucky Power Company, Indiana Michigan Power Company, Appalachian Power Company, Wheeling Power Company, and Kingsport Power Company. AEP Ohio is a deregulated affiliate in the East, and therefore they don't provide generation service. They are not included in the FRR plan. So you have all of the East regulated companies together to meet that total combined load obligation with their combined resources. And within that, we have a lot of benefits and a lot of sharing of risks.
Right, but But what I'm asking is, if the FRR plan, as it relates to PJM, the requirements for being long or short or meeting your UCAP obligation, right? If it is in a totality amongst the AEP East regulated entities, then is Kentucky Power itself, as an operating company or an LSE in PJM, required to then have its own adequate UCAP reserve margin on a delivery year basis?
No. So you have, the way it works is the FRR plan that's submitted on behalf of all those regulated East AEP companies. Again, there is not one individually for Kentucky Power or APCO. It's them as a pool. That's submitted, so that has to be a compliant plan. The FERC approved Power Coordinating Agreement, the PCA, which I don't know if you remember back to pre-2014 where we had a tighter capacity pool. It was the old AEP East interconnection agreement. We generally refer to it just as the pool agreement. That had a direct settlement in it. This was a successor to that. And under the pool, under the PCA agreement, which exists now, it says that each company will plan to meet its own capacity obligation. We have interpreted that as kind of a long-term thing where you wouldn't have one company continually leaning on other companies in that FRR pool. So it's there to provide flexibility and risk mitigation between all of those East regulated companies.
So two questions up front. One, do we know yet what the prices will be in the 2021-22? Well, would you agree we don't have near as much insight 3 years out into the BRA clearing prices as we would in the past?
That's correct, Your Honor. Everyone is waiting with much anticipation over what will happen. I believe now next June is what's currently scheduled for the 22-23 auction, based on PJM and FERC orders on MOPR and everything else here.
So let me just ask, Mr. Vaughn, are the 5 months for purposes of meeting its FRR, its capacity requirements in the PCA to comply with AEP East regulated utilities FRR plan, is that 5 months of the UPA that expires in December of 2022 effectively worthless for capacity planning?
No.
Okay.
And
so I guess what I'm confused on, and what I'm wanting clarification for, I asked all those other questions for, is if we have to purchase, right, if we're talking about that Kentucky Power must purchase enough capacity to meet its obligations for the entire delivery year, regardless of the fact that there's adequate capacity for 5 months, then what's the value of the capacity for those 5 months?
You're saying the back half where Kentucky Power is short post UPA expiration?
Well, so what you're saying is that they have to that Kentucky Power, what your testimony was today, is that Kentucky Power has to purchase a short-term purchase for the entire 2022-2023 delivery year for the entire net amount that it's going to be short at the back end, correct?
Yeah, I mean, the plan has to be compliant. So, to the extent we make sales out of the plan and Kentucky Power's long for 7 months of it, they're not going to be a purchaser, they'll be a net seller. And then when that position flips, we'll settle it where, they are purchasing from an affiliate to cover that short for the back half. And you're right, we don't know what that transaction price is yet because the auctions haven't been run.
I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, I'm confused because I'm under the impression that a capacity performance asset has to be available for the entirety of the delivery year. So I don't understand what benefit that first 5 months has for the plan if Kentucky Power has to purchase whatever the short-term purchase is starting July 1st through June 30th of the next year.
So the FRR plan, an affiliate has contracted for the we'll call it stub period on after the lease expires. So we have control, the FR plan has control of the capacity from Rockport for the entirety of the 22-23 delivery year. And the plan is sufficient. This settlement that I'm talking about is happening internally with AEP per the PCA. It's not happening with PJM.
So,
Except for the extent we're making sales out of the plan into the RPM market.
so that's what I want to be clear from, because I think I was confused from your testimony earlier.
Kentucky, just to clarify, Kentucky Power does not have control of the energy or the capacity from Rockport once the UPA expires.
But what you're
It's
saying
affiliate.
is that Kentucky Power will be able to purchase approximately 7 months of capacity to meet its obligations in lieu of purchasing 12 months of capacity for the 2022-23 delivery year.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Ms. Frederick.
What does Kentucky Power do if it had said that it would make a sale into the BRA in a future year and then its demand goes up, such as a very large industry moves into the territory? How is the promised future BRA sale handled?
This is Alex Vaughn again. So we have our commercial operations group deals with all of this, from the 3-year out. They work on the coordinating of that with PJM and our actual compliance. They work with people like Mr. Burnett and his team on load forecasting, and then with all of our generation experts on what we think availability is going to be. When you're looking 3 years out, but major changes, right? So we do have to keep, if we make a sale out of the plan, and remember, it's not a Kentucky Power specific sale. We'd say the plan, the FR plan is long, and it's making a sale, and that gets divided up amongst the long companies. So if Kentucky Power's long-short position changes over time there, they may receive less of the overall revenues from said sale. We have to, by PJM rules, keep kind of a pad of extra capacity available in the plan in order to make sales. And we generally are conservative on these things. So it's, a worst case scenario, if the plan became short between, because we had a large uptick in load, in that 3-year period, we can all hope for that. We could go out to the market and try and acquire bilateral capacity to cure that. Those kinds of strategies, we could try and bring on an incremental demand response resource from a large commercial customer somewhere amongst the footprint in that time period. There's various things we could look to do.
Okay. What type of power sources does Kentucky Power expect to evaluate for potential short-term market purchase in 2022 and 2023?
Alex Vaughn again. I'll just say that for the 2022-2023 period there, at least that delivery year specifically, it would just be purchasing a slice of system from the remainder of the AEP FRR pool. It's not resource. It's not technology specific. It's just you're purchasing UCAP.
Thank you. Has AEP performed an IRP analysis for Wheeling Power since this IRP was filed?
This is Scott Fisher, and we have not. We are in the process of completing that at this time and expect to file it January 1st of 2021.
Can you explain how the Mitchell Station is being treated in that analysis?
In the Wheeling, this is Scott Fisher again. In the Wheeling, West Virginia IRP, the Mitchell assumptions are similar to the Mitchell assumptions in the Kentucky Power IRP. We assumed it has a life through 2040.
Thank you. And looking again at Kentucky Power's recent EPA filing regarding alternative disposal capacity for the Bottom Ash Pond CCR management unit, explain whether Kentucky Power has calculated the estimated total cost and customer bill impact of the improvements, such as repurposing a portion of the CCR surface impoundment to a lined pond for non-CCR waste streams and conversion to dry handling.
Brian West speaking. I'm not aware of any analysis that's been done or bill impacts.
Okay.
Yeah, Alex Vaughn here. I can confirm we have not done any rate or customer bill impacts yet. 'Cause to my knowledge, I don't think we have final. Until we file something with the PSC, we really don't have a final estimate of the cost, as far as I know, that we could be able to perform such an analysis.
Thank you. Mr. Rippey, could you please display on the screen Kentucky Power's IRP? It's PDF page 148 of 2,268. We're specifically looking for Table 17, cumulative PJM capacity additions for preferred plan. Again, we're just basically going to be focusing on that table. Zach, is there some way that you can display less of the page but more of the table? I guess make it more prominent. Thank you. That works. Thank you very much. In 2023, the table shows 101 megawatts of solar nameplate and 52 megawatts of solar firm capacity additions. And in 2024, an additional 152 megawatts solar nameplate and 77 megawatts of solar firm. Can you explain the difference between nameplate and firm categories?
Yes, this is Scott Fisher speaking, and what's shown on table 17, as you described, is sort of the installed or the nameplate capacity. So that would be the energy that would be available at any time through that facility. Its capability, 101 megawatts. However, for PJM planning purposes, which the IRP is based on, we're showing the firm capacity of that resource, which, for example, in 2023 is 52 megawatts. And that's based on the PJM construct of effective load carrying capability. And at the time we were developing this IRP, the rule for single access tracking solar resource is stated in the IRP, I believe was 51% of the nameplate.
Has that rule recently changed?
Yes, it has.
And what is the rule now?
It changes over time. The ELC, well, it's a draft, I believe. I'm not sure it's final, but the draft rule, the ELC amount for a solar resource changes over time based on the overall penetration levels of all resources within PJM, but specifically for this resource, it would be solar. And the current estimate, or the draft estimate, I believe in 2023, is 65% for a single axis tracking solar resource. And then over time, as PJM expects solar resources penetration to increase, that amount goes down to, I believe, currently the lowest amount in their forecast is 27% of nameplate.
Thank you. The table also shows two categories for wind resources, nameplate and firm. Can you explain whether the difference between these two categories are the same as with solar?
Yes, it's representing the same thing. The firm is representing the capacity that we can include for PJM planning purposes.
Thank you. Explain the reason for the short-term market purchase in 2022 and 2023, as opposed to allowing the model to begin the addition of solar capacity or any other capacity in 2022 instead of waiting until 2023.
Well, I think if we go and look, again, as Mr. Madison pointed out, this is Scott Fisher again, on page 136 of this PDF, that table 14 shows the scenarios that we initially considered. And even in that scenario, we did include so there's the 6 scenarios that we considered. On the next page, page 137, are the resource additions. And in the first chart, the base optimization, which is case 1, short-term market purchases were selected in 22. And some of that has to do with the ability to add a resource by that time period. That's not very far out. And so the development period that we have is different for each technology. And I believe based on those constraints, in 22, that was most likely the only resource that was available. But then in 23, you can see, and I'd have to go through all the assumptions. If we want to do that, we can. But so the model includes constraints for each resource type on when it can be initially selected.
I have a follow-up question that just came to me from a team member in financial analysis who wants to know in 2024, why isn't it double counting the solar capacity by adding nameplate and firm, because it looks like it's all counted? Could you explain that?
Again, back on page 148. In what year again?
We're talking about year 2024.
Uh-huh. So those are cumulative values. What's the specific question?
We'll move on from that.
Okay.
Since Kentucky Power is a winter peaking utility, is this additional capacity to satisfy Kentucky Power's capacity needs or to satisfy the capacity needs surrounding Kentucky Power's participation in PJM?
This is Scott Fisher. It's to comply with PJM's capacity planning rules.
Will Kentucky Power have enough capacity to meet its own winter peak? And if not, from where will Kentucky Power obtain the energy to meet its winter peak?
I did not specifically examine or consider that in the IRP. Mark, do you have a response? Mark Becker might have a response.
No, Scott, I don't. We didn't look at that as part of the IRP.
At what,
This is Alex Vaughn.
Yeah, I'd like to ask a clarifying question. Maybe Mr. Vaughn can answer this. Just to be clear, was that last response indicative that the IRP wasn't planned to meet the demand and needs of Kentucky Power?
The IRP, this is Scott Fisher. The IRP was designed and modeled to meet the Kentucky Power's summer peak demand and energy needs.
And so, just on that point, for instance, in 2024, it's showing that under this plan, that Kentucky Power for the summer PJM peak, right, or the 5 CP, whatever it may be, the single CP, it's only going to have 2 megawatts more generation, and 2 megawatts in excess capacity. Is that correct?
Including the reserve margin.
Including the
Over
reserve
and
margin,
above.
right. The whatever it may be, 15%, 14% at that given time. It's going to be 2 megawatts long.
Yes.
And insofar as Kentucky Power's winter demand exceeds its summer demand, it will be likely, since there's only 2 megawatts of cushion there, if it exceeds it by more than 2 megawatts, Kentucky Power will not have enough capacity to meet its demand and have enough reserve margin for its winter peaks.
This is Alex Vaughn. So yes, Your Honor. So the IRP is looking at meeting the capacity obligation the company has, which currently in PJM is that 5 summer CP capacity obligation. To the extent that our winter load is higher than that summer obligation, that's purely an energy settlement, and the company will purchase that energy from the PJM energy market in those winter months. And if PJM's energy markets were to become short in the winter time on a consistent basis, one would think that maybe they would move towards some sort of weighting of winter months included in with their summer capacity obligations. But as for now, it's just a summer obligation from a capacity standpoint, which is what Table 17 is planning for. And then, as we mentioned, we all know we're winter peaking. That's going to be an energy settlement.
Well, I don't disagree. Comment, a question, I guess. The comment would be that you certainly have a PJM obligation, but I think that you have Kentucky Power has a statutory obligation in Kentucky, right, to provide adequate, efficient, and reasonable service. But the question would be, in that instance, since you could potentially be short in the winter, that the ability for a vertically integrated utility, whether it's FRR or RPM, is that it effectively has a hedge, right, in instances in which prices spike. But if you're exclusively depending on the market and you're short and not able to serve your entire amount of demand, you will be short that hedge, correct?
We would be short whatever load is greater than our resources that we have on hand. And you're right, the physical, otherwise resources that Kentucky Power will have on hand are designed to meet the summer peak, with that extra energy coming from, we're planning for that based on market purchase of energy, from the PJM RTO for the winter.
Right now, right, if Kentucky Power expects Mitchell to be offline for a major overhaul, right, a planned overhaul. Let's just say Mr. Kearns is on here, maybe he can see, like a 4-month overhaul, 5-month overhaul, whatever it may be, right? Does Kentucky Power contract for replacement capacity or replacement energy, whatever it is, as a hedge, knowing that unit is going to be offline for that amount of time, so that it's not subject to strictly market prices for the entirety of that period?
Your Honor, Brian West here. I'm not aware that we do that. Is anyone else on the panel aware?
This is Alex Vaughn. So that would, if Kentucky Power had such a need, they would direct the commercial operations group to seek an energy or capacity hedge. Well, really not a capacity hedge, right? Because we're already planning for that within the FRR plan. That's always being evaluated. But if they had, let's say gas prices creep up, or we know there's going to be some spike in power prices and we are worried about one of our physical assets, then yes, we could look at purchasing a block or some sort of other energy hedge from a counterparty to take off some of that market risk. But what we've seen currently is that market energy prices have been so flat and so low, there's been little need for that.
The reason I'm asking, at least as I understand it, Duke Energy has a backup power plan that is, approved or at least reviewed by the Public Service Commission, and maybe it's the unique situation that they have less generation diversity. But I guess that's what I'm asking is, does the company routinely plan on having backup power for long outages or planned outages as a way to hedge against price spikes during those periods?
Again, Alex Vaughn, we don't have, to my knowledge, in Kentucky Power a hedging plan on paper on file with the commission for market energy. But again, this is one of the things that our commercial operations team looks at as part of their jobs. If they feel like, based on their experience in the market and some known outage that's happening, or as the result of some large unforeseen outage, they are the experts to interact with the operating company to tell them, hey, we think you have a financial risk here going forward based on this unforeseen outage or based on this planned outage. But again, pandemic and everything else, low gas prices, higher penetration of renewables, the build out of transmission in PJM here, we've just seen very low and non-volatile LMPs, and in recent years, I can't think of an instance, where that would be something we've executed on.
I guess what I'm really asking is, if the commission requires or finds it's required under the law that Kentucky Power has sufficient generating capacity to meet its internal demand, would this plan satisfy, would this IRP and the assumptions made satisfy that requirement? And if the summer peak is, or the winter peak is more than 2 megawatts, for instance, in 2024, assuming all things equal, then everything over 2 megawatts, that would not be the case. Is that fair? It would start to erode the reserve margin at that point, right?
Mr. Vice Chair.
This is Scott Fisher. I think, the reserve margin in the winter might end up being different, especially within the construct of PJM. But I haven't studied that or investigated that, so.
Okay, that's fine. I'll turn it back to, sorry, Mr. Overstreet, you were saying something?
Perhaps to make sure that we're able to fully address. I'm sorry, I was checking to make sure I wasn't on mute. Perhaps to make sure that we can fully address the series of questions you just raised. I think the company could address them in a post-hearing data request, if that'd
be fine.
Of any interest.
That'd be fine. Thank you. We'll note that. And given the timing, and it snuck up on me because of our delayed start with technology issues. If nobody has an objection, I think we'll take a short 15-minute break or a 13-minute break until 11:20. Does anybody have a concern with that? All right, we'll be back at 11:20. Thank you.
Do we know who caller 11 is?
We don't. just want to get confirmation from Ms. Cone and Mr. Overstreet or Ms. Glass and Mr. Cook, that they can all hear us before we begin.
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, thank you,
This
Ms.
is
Cone.
Katie Glass. I can hear you.
Thank you. Mr. Cook, are you back?
Yes, this is Mr. Cook. You're coming across 5 by 5.
Perfect, thank you. We're back on the record. I just want to, before we start, I know we had previously identified some of the callers. We have a new number. If there's a caller 11, if there's somebody that has recently joined by a new phone, could you please identify yourself?
Commissioner Vice Chair, can you hear me? This is Brett Madison. Can you hear me?
I can, but it's showing up under your name, Mr. Madison.
Okay, so I was making sure I've lost my ability on my webcam to share, but I can hear everything and participate, but I think that might be me.
I understand. There is an additional person, though, that may be just a phone or a phone that did not connect to the person's login.
Mr. Vice Chairman, this is Carl Bletsacker. I did drop the call and then call back in if that could possibly be the issue.
No, that's what it is. It's Mr. Bletsacker. Thank you, Mr. Bletsacker. And
you,
before we took a break, I had interrupted Ms. Frederick for the third time, I think. So we'll go back, Ms. Frederick, and we'll continue with your questions.
Okay. At what capacity value is Kentucky Power attributing to the proposed solar addition?
This is Scott Fisher. Are you referring, well, I think in any case, it's 51.1%. But I was trying to be clear. I didn't know if you were referring to the 20 megawatt project that was included in the going in position or the solar resources shown on table 17.
The ones showing on table 17.
Yeah, it's 50, the capacity planning value is 51.1% of nameplate.
Thank you. Explain whether Kentucky Power has the necessary fossil or other capacity sufficient to backstop the solar when it's not generating at peak or full capacity. If not, explain how the difference will be made up.
The difference is made up in the PJM energy market. But the planning, the IRP planning, is done to meet peak capacity requirements. And the values shown in table 17 are those expected levels.
Thank you. Numerous solar merchant generators have pending notices and applications before the siting board. Explain whether Kentucky Power intends to purchase the solar capacity from a merchant generator or build and own the capacity.
This is Alex Vaughn. What our operating companies have typically done, including Kentucky Power in the past, is if we're looking for a resource in general, we would do an RFP for that resource. So, perhaps if we were going to own it, let's say we would put an RFP out and ask for those merchant builders of solar to bid a build transfer type project into our RFP, versus the company's in-house generation organization building, developing the project. You'd still see a NextEra or an Invenergy or one of the large solar developers, and this is what we've typically done across our footprint.
Explain whether they're, sorry.
This is Scott Fisher. I'd like to clarify that the resources shown on table 17 are generic and there's no location attributes associated with them. So that, as well as the ownership structure of the resource was assumed to be owned within the IRP analysis.
Thank you for that clarification. Explain whether there are any potential effects on the supply side forecast for purchases from merchant generators, and would these have any effects on capacity or the reserve margin?
This is Scott Fisher, and that has not been considered as a risk in this IRP.
Explain what potential problems could arise from growth in merchant solar facilities regarding transmission or interconnection issues.
This is Scott Fisher. From the IRP perspective, that was not evaluated. I don't, maybe someone from our transmission group would like to respond.
Hey guys, sorry I was mute. This is Cameron Ali from AEP Transmission. Could you please repeat that question just so that I'm responsive?
Explain what potential problems could arise from growth in merchant solar facilities regarding transmission or interconnection issues.
Can you be a little bit more specific when you say that? I mean, what location of those merchant solar plants are you referring to? Is it sitting inside the AEP footprint? Is it sitting at the boundary of our footprint?
Inside.
I mean, I'm assuming it's an hypothetical.
Yeah,
Sorry?
I'll ask Mr. Ali, to be more clear, good morning. To be more clear, with merchant transmission, I guess, how does AEP know whether it's in the PJM footprint, right, outside the PJM footprint, or within the PJM footprint and the AEP footprint? How does AEP know whether or not there are going to be transmission issues resulting from merchant generation? Are there internal processes or PJM processes on that issue? And if there are PJM processes, how does AEP follow that?
Your Honor, thank you so very much for clarification. That is very clear. Absolutely, I can answer that question. So, Your Honor, what we have in PJM is a generation interconnection queue process. And in that process, any generation that is requesting participation in the market, meaning that they will be selling either capacity or even in cases energy into the PJM market, they have to enter the PJM generation interconnection queue. The queue process is very well defined and it is FERC approved. And in essence, what happens in that process is that we would study every queue and every generator, and we have 3 levels of analysis that are performed. Feasibility study, it is early on to see if it is even feasible to connect that generation physically to the grid. Impact study that looks at what that generator will cause, if any impacts to the grid. And the facility studies, which is really telling computing the cost of those impacts and what transmission mitigations will be needed to address them and what will be the cost allocation of those mitigation plans. So anything that is in the queue right now, we have information on the impact of that and if any constraints that they are causing to the grid. And before they would materialize, those constraints will be addressed as part of the interconnection. AEP is very involved in that process with PJM. PJM, of course, has the responsibility to execute the tariff and to make sure that all the tariff requirements are fulfilled. But AEP also performs the analysis, especially for the sub-transmission network below 100 kV. So again, any known generators that are in the queue, the impacts of those generators are known and the mitigation plans are defined. And if those generators decide to move forward, those mitigation plans will be implemented and they will be paid for by the assigned generators.
Thank you. Looking at section 5.3.2 of the IRP, Kentucky Power states that by selecting large-scale solar resources over wind resources earlier, the planned costs were less. Can you explain why and how solar is cheaper than wind?
This is
Ms.
Scott
Fraser,
Fisher.
can you point the witnesses to the page that goes on for a couple of pages?
Okay. I don't have it in front of me. Zach, can you please pull up the IRP. It starts on page 149 of 2268. But we're looking specifically for section 5.3.2. And we're looking for the statement that choosing large-scale solar resources over wind resources earlier meant the costs were less.
Yeah, this is Scott Fisher. So the key plan is the overall cost of the plan were less, and so the wind resources were selected earlier. However, they have a less, as we discussed a few minutes ago, they have a less capacity value, firm capacity value than the solar resources. And so when we iterated through the various scenarios that I talked about earlier, we did this case where we accelerated the solar over the wind and found that in our opinion, it gave a better cost profile than the case that had the wind accelerated.
Okay. Can you explain the impacts Kentucky Power's proposed renewable additions have on its transmission system?
This is Scott Fisher. That was not a part of the IRP. As Cameron explained, the company would enter into a sort of a resource acquisition process separate than the IRP process. And through that process of an RFP, the different sources of energy and technologies would be identified, and then as appropriate, part of their cost would be the deliverability or the interconnection of each resource, and at that time it would be evaluated.
Does Kentucky Power have to improve the resiliency of its transmission in anticipation of renewable additions?
Good morning, this is Cameron. I can try to answer those questions. I mean, again, we don't have at this point any constraints identified on the AEP grid when it comes to renewable resources and their inability, if you will, to inject power onto the AEP grid. I mean, there is no congestion or curtailment identified. So again, we are not making what I would call direct investments in the transmission grid to facilitate that. However, as we make indirect investments in the grid to address an aging infrastructure, incidentally, that is increasing the capacity of the grid, because you can imagine the lines that we are rebuilding because of poor performance and poor condition were built roughly 80 years ago. And back then, the standard conductor was very small. That's something that even distribution circuits don't utilize these days. So as we rebuild those lines for purposes of renewal, we are indirectly and incidentally increasing the capacity of the grid, which will absolutely, in my opinion, professional opinion, facilitate any future generation, whether that is renewable or non-renewable. But no, we are not making any direct investment because there is no congestion or a significant curtailment that is on our footprint.
Thank you. And Mr. Rippey, you can take that document down now. Thank you very much. Going forward, where does Kentucky Power see its biggest challenges with respect to transmission?
This is Cameron with the AEP transmission again. And again, I think the challenges that we face today are not unique. All the utilities across the country are facing those challenges. And really most of those, if I was to prioritize them, number one is a renewal of an aging infrastructure. That system was built decades ago, and it's time for it to be renewed and revitalized. We are seeing a significant change in standards when it comes to physical and cyber security. We are also seeing that the there are services that we rely on that have evolved over the years, telecommunication being one of them, moving from analog to digital. Similarly, technologies such as breakers, transformers, even protection relays have evolved, and they are more digital these days than they were in the past. So those, of course, require investments to make sure that we have a system that is reliable and it can be operated in a cost-effective manner. And then finally, we are seeing that our customers' expectations have changed significantly, especially our industrial customers. The equipment and the devices that they utilize are much more sensitive to outages, especially even momentary outages, which really, a human eye can't see, but they are because they're so fast. But I know these digital devices can see that and they get interrupted. So we have to also make investments in the grid to make sure that we are changing with the industry out there. So those are really the investments that we are making and the challenges that we face. Of course, as we undertake these investments, one benefit of that, as I mentioned earlier, is that incidentally, the capacity of the grid is getting improved, and that will allow us to facilitate whatever the generation portfolio future may look like in the coming years. Whether that is more renewable, whether that is generation coming out of the AEP footprint to serve the customers in AEP footprint, all of that is going to help us, with that facilitation.
And with respect to distribution and generation, what do you believe are the biggest challenges that Kentucky Power faces?
For distribution, this is Everett Phillips. On distribution, we anticipate spending on AMI due to obsolescence of the AMR metering system. We'll continue to focus on AMI for reliability of our system, to give us more data, to be able to respond to customers more quickly. To continue to work on modernizing the grid. The AMI system will help us with automation, with the communication aspects of that. And then we'll continue to work on adding stations or additional sources as funding becomes available to reduce line exposure for our customers, the number of miles per customer ratio type of thing, and to build tie lines so that we can reduce our number of radial circuits that we have on our system due to the rugged terrain that we serve.
Thank you. And can someone speak to the generation, the challenges involved with generation?
Sure. Thank you. This is Tim Kearns. And, for generation, as we continue to see a soft energy market and we see the role particularly of the Mitchell plant changing from what has traditionally been a base load asset to more of a load following asset, it's finding that sweet spot between affordability and availability. Certainly the need isn't there today the way it has been for the Mitchell facility to be available 90% of the time, for instance. But finding the right level of investment in that asset to meet customer needs as well as company needs is a large one of the large challenges. The other is anticipating and figuring out how we'll react to future environmental regulations, specifically around carbon. We have the ACE rule out there. We're waiting to see what states come up with, but responding to that in an efficient manner would be the other one I'd put on the list.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On page 16 of their filed comments, the Southern Renewable Energy Association states that Kentucky Power has identified near-term renewable energy needs in its last 3 IRPs, yet has never issued an RFP for these renewable energy needs. Why has Kentucky Power not issued the renewable energy RFP?
This is Alex Vaughn. Actually, Kentucky Power did issue a renewable RFP for solar power almost a year and a half, 2 years ago now, and it led us to that 20 megawatt project that company Witness Madison referred to early on that ended up not coming to fruition due to some site issues. But there definitely was an RFP, in the past for solar energy.
Thank you for that correction. I appreciate that. Explain whether Kentucky Power ever allows the model to close an existing generation unit as part of the supply side resource analysis.
This is Scott Fisher, and can you repeat the question? Sorry.
The question involves modeling and whether Kentucky Power ever allows the model to close an existing generation unit as part of the supply side resource analysis. And I believe what we're getting at here are the types of conditions that would have to be assumed for the models to choose to close the Mitchell unit or choosing to close any other capacity.
Under our current modeling construct within this IRP, we did not allow the model to do that. Those analyses are typically done outside of the model.
Okay. Does PJM allow a unit's capacity to count towards its fixed resource requirement if the plant is idled but not retired?
This is Scott. Alex might be able to correct me on this. If it's available and if it has an ICAP, then we would count that facility.
Yeah, I think it depends. This is Alex. It depends on what you're referring to as idled. If you mean mothballed and not currently able to provide service, then no, it's not a capacity resource. If it's like Witness Fisher said, and it is available but not running because of economics or some other reason, yes, it's a capacity resource.
Are there adjustment mechanisms in any of the special contracts Kentucky Power has in place with large commercial and industrial customers that will allow for changes in the prices paid by those customers to increase due to carbon price changes or the addition of environmental controls?
This is Alex Vaughn. I assume you're referring to special rate contracts, and can you repeat that question?
Yes, and that is what I'm referring to. Are there adjustment mechanisms in any of those special contracts that would allow the prices paid by those customers to be increased due to carbon price changes or the addition of environmental controls?
Okay, this is Alex Vaughn. I'm trying to think. We don't have very many special rate contracts that are currently taking service. There are, I would say it depends. Each special contract is different, and if there was some material change in energy pricing that those contracts were based on, there could be reopener clauses in them. I know there are in at least one that I'm thinking of. I think both that I'm thinking of actually have reopener clauses in them, where if the price of energy goes above some threshold amount that was contemplated when the contract was done and approved by the PSC, that the contract pricing can be reopened, and that could account for a great many things, resource changes in the future, environmental regulations, whatever.
Thank you. In terms of economic development, can you explain the conditions under which a new customer's demand would be included in the modeling analysis?
So this is Chad Burnett, and so we work with not only the economic development team, but also the customer service engineering team. And so generally speaking, what would happen is our economic development team would be involved in trying to help relocate a business to the Kentucky Power service territory. And once they have kind of decided they're going to start developing here, then they would start working specifically with the Kentucky Power customer service team to kind of get specifics as far as what they need, when they're going to be able to energize, when they're going to be at full loads, all of those sorts of things. And in the process of doing the load forecast, every quarter we get updates from this team to tell us, specifically from the customer service teams, where is the customer telling us that they're going to be, what their loads are going to be and when they're going to be on. And we use that information again in the development of the load forecast that goes into the IRP optimization.
Thank you. And I asked this question of Mr. Madison, but I'm going to ask it again to the panel. Have any employers or large companies approached Kentucky Power about corporate renewable energy or sustainability goals?
This is Alex Vaughn. Yes, we have had inquiries from customers about renewable, sustainable goals.
And what are the status of those discussions?
As company witness Madison discussed earlier, they're ongoing, but they're currently on pause based on project solution to help them meet those goals. So ongoing, I think, is the best status for that.
Okay. The preferred plan calls for an additional capacity from energy efficiency of 2 megawatts in 2022, and then an additional 2 megawatts in 2023, and an additional 2 megawatts in 2024. Can you explain if these energy efficiency capacity additions are from the natural adoption of energy efficiency by customers or any particular energy efficiency initiatives by Kentucky Power?
This is Scott Fisher. So referring to table 17 on page 148 of the PDF, those values shown represent company-sponsored and commission-approved energy efficiency programs.
And explain what programs could reasonably be implemented, which customer classes will be targeted, and when will Kentucky Power begin this effort with energy efficiency?
Well, overall, that was summarized, I believe, in the short-term action plan on the ES executive summary page 9, I believe, PDF page 18. More details are provided in the IRP on PDF page 106. Tables 8 and 9 show the resources that were included in the model, their cost and their savings potential. And we included resources for the residential sector and the commercial sector. From a passive energy efficiency standpoint, which is what your question is referring to. And then on page 149 of the PDF, figure 40, that illustrates the expected energy savings from the programs that were selected by the optimization model that are included in the preferred plan.
Thank you. Regarding residential demand-side management, explain what PJM avoided capacity cost is and the value PJM uses.
This is Scott Fisher. I can answer that for the IRP. So within the IRP, we utilized the avoided capacity that the fundamental forecast developed, and that is shown on PDF page 102, figure 24, for the various scenarios that we analyzed. So in the preferred plan, we utilize the base plan, which includes carbon dioxide cost or burdens. And so The demand response resources, the incremental demand response resources are also explained in section 4 of the IRP. I believe we included, yes, on page 109, we have a description of the demand response resources model. Table 11 and table 12. Table 11 is the residential demand response, and table 12 is the commercial demand response, and the characteristics of each. These were included in the Plexus model, and as shown on table 17, which is the preferred plan, they were not selected.
Explain what Kentucky Power's installed capacity cost is and the value.
Do you have a reference of where we use that term? Sorry, this is Scott Fisher. I'm not sure where you're referencing that term.
Let me ask 2 questions on capacity costs, Mr. Fisher. And I think one of these Mr. Vaughn may jump in on. So, DR wasn't chosen by the model. Is it assumed that those DR programs are ones that satisfy PJM's requirements for market participation?
Yes, sir.
And so, are you aware that Kentucky Power has pending before the commission a non-PJM compliant, what is effectively a demand response program or a demand response proposal?
I am not.
Okay, so I guess my question is, how can the commission look at DR not being chosen for this model versus the proposal that I think Mr. Vaughn supports in the rate case to effectively have a peak shaving program that doesn't participate in PJM or isn't a capacity product in PJM? How could we sort of square those 2 things?
This is Mr. Fisher. I'll defer to Mr. Vaughn, Company Witness Vaughn.
Hi, it's Alex Vaughn. Yeah, so the difference is, I think what was modeled in the IRP process, and anyone please correct me if I'm wrong here, it was an actual PJM resource, a market-facing resource. What we proposed in DRS in the base rate case was a different construct based on feedback we've received from customers across our system in regards to being an actual PJM capacity resource from a DR standpoint. Folks have gotten pretty uncomfortable with that based on the penalties and the changing dynamics in that market. And so we have moved to that, what's old is new again. We're back to DRS is a utility peak shaving construct where rather than a supply side resource, we're looking to shave those 5 summer CPs from a PJM capacity standpoint so that the company's capacity obligation would be less than it would be otherwise absent those resources. To the avoided cost of capacity, you have to look at it in different. You always have to look at it in context. I would say that the next increment of capacity is the avoided cost of capacity. And I think if you look at it, the model runs here. It's going to be something like a CT or something like what we have done in the cogen SPP tariff pricing. That hypothetical next increment of dispatchable generation type cost. Then you have to look at how you're applying that. Is it something like, is it a dispatchable resource that you're applying it to, or is it something like that you can also get energy from, or is it something like demand response where it's on call, in tariff DRS, it's on call to peak shave 60 hours a year. So you have to kind of balance all of that. Whereas if you actually had that hypothetical CT in the ground, you could call on it whenever you had fuel availability and the need for it. versus the 60-hour limitation in our peak shaving offering. So I hope that gives it some context.
Thank you. So, can you explain what Kentucky Power's avoided capacity cost is and the value?
Alex, go ahead.
This is Scott Fisher. From the IRP perspective, it's shown in figure 24 on page 102.
Mr. Fisher, are you asking for those documents, for that document to be shown on the screen, or were you going to provide an additional answer to my question?
I would defer that to Mr. Bledsacker.
Yes, this is Carl Bledsacker. The fundamentals forecast provides a capacity value. That capacity value is the non-energy revenue required to keep units around the United States and each individual ISO financially whole. So if you view that capacity as a payment to keep a unit available, that's what is a direct output of the model. So put another way, connected directly with those energy prices are these capacity prices, and then I assume further down the road that those are used as the avoided costs in the situation.
Thank you. When evaluating the cost effectiveness of DSM programs, can you explain whether Kentucky Power uses the PJM avoided capacity cost in the cost benefit calculations? And if not, why not?
Well, this is Scott Fisher. Within the IRP, as I described previously, on tables 8 and 9 are the cost of these resources, right? And also the savings of each resource over its expected life. Within Plexos, it's just going to solve for the capacity need, and the relative cost of that solution is the cost of the capacity in that year. So there is not included in the Plexos construct a specific cost for capacity to be added to resources that provide capacity. That's just part of the solution. That is part of the solution.
Yeah, but Mr. Fisher, how do you, if you don't have a defined avoided capacity cost, how do you determine the value of non-resource contribution to capacity? How do you determine the economically efficient outcomes for things like DR and DSM if you don't have an avoided capacity value to conduct those programs rather than build generation?
So within the Plexos model, it knows that all these resources are available, and it knows the cost of those resources, and it knows the shape or the product, the timing of when that resource can be beneficial to the grid. And then the Plexos model monetizes that value and determines which resource is going to provide the least cost and solve the objective function of providing enough capacity to meet the PJM capacity obligation.
Okay, so let me just make this a bigger picture so you can maybe understand the question a little better. The company is required under state law and federal law, right, to have a QF tariff on file with the Public Service Commission. You're aware of that? I mean, that's a nationwide thing, right?
I'm not. I don't participate in that activity, so maybe another company witness is more familiar with that.
Well, I guess what I'm asking is if the commission or the company has to have, pursuant to the law, an identified avoided capacity cost, how do the companies, I guess this is a question for everybody, do the companies calculate that avoided capacity cost in a vacuum separate from its IRP? Or is it informed by its resource planning?
This is Alex Vaughn. In the lens of Cogen, SPP, and PURPA, the answer to your question, Your Honor, is yes. It's circular. It's done within the IRP. It's kind of within the IRP. It's outside the IRP. When you think about it, the IRP is a planning document. It's looking to meet the company's long-term needs. When we don't know if there's going to be a PURPA resource there when we need it or not. So you're coming up with, they're two parallel but separate processes. You're trying to come up with, if something shows up, what, like a PURPA resource or the next DR customer, whatever it may be, what price is the avoided cost agreed, for capacity that leaves everyone somewhat indifferent to that new resource's existence. And I mentioned this in my rebuttal testimony. It's somewhat, and FERC has recognized this, and some states have recognized this. It's definitely temporally dependent. You could say right now the avoided cost of capacity for a PURPA resource in Kentucky Power's system is zero because we're capacity sufficient. Or you could say, well, if we get an extra PURPA resource, we could make another incremental sale. We're that much longer, so we could sell more capacity to an affiliate or the RPM market. So maybe it's the RPM price, and then if we're short at some point in time and we actually have a need, you could say, well, it's that next increment of capacity is the cost of an F-class CT. It all unfortunately depends upon the exact scenario. And that's kind of what I tried to lay out in my rebuttal testimony. And I think that's why those tariffs for PURPA resources should stay flexible to recognize those differing situations you can find yourself in.
Well, and that's why I'm asking, because, to your point, I guess what I learned this morning about the way the company conducts its FRR is that insofar as the company is going to be long, or even if they're going to be short to meet their own demand, right? At a minimum, that situation argues that the avoided capacity value of generation is what you expect to be the clearing price, because what you said earlier is if the affiliate doesn't sell to Kentucky Power, they're going to be selling it into the clearing price in the next auction, right? 3 years out. And
this is Alex Vaughn. Yes, you're correct, Your Honor. Again, it's a short-term versus a long-term thing as well, right? You have to plan long-term, and that as you move out longer term, it's my opinion that the avoided cost of capacity is going to trend towards what the next cheapest increment of dispatchable capacity is. Short term, your avoided, opportunity cost is going to be that what you could have sold it for or transacted at, yeah.
And if, let's just make up a number here, but if you all are going to be on December the 9th or December the 8th, whatever it is, 2020, you're going to need 35 megawatts. And you all could do something, I don't know, with a peak shaving, whatever it may be, right? You could do something to reduce that need of 35 megawatts, right? Then there wouldn't be the need for incremental capacity. I mean, that's the basis, right, of avoided capacity is it's the cost of, well, I'll take that back. But with that equation, right, with the understanding that you could do something to reduce it, anything that's cheaper, right, than purchasing it would be beneficial, would be cost beneficial, right? If you could reduce that demand for less than you can meet it by buying something, that would seem to make sense. But I think you would need to know what the avoided capacity cost would be in that situation. And that's what I'm asking. If there's a specific avoided capacity cost that the company has based off its planning, then has the company identified it, or is it stuck in the Plexos model?
This is Alex again. So we've aligned these two things. So I in that Cogen SPP tariff, where you're trying to put out what I would say is a longer term price of avoided capacity for a PURPA type project that would, it's theoretically it's physical, steel in the ground, whatever it may be. I took inputs from Mr. Fisher's new generation resource table in the IRP and used that to price that as the avoided cost of capacity, looking at it as that F-class CT was the next least expensive increment of dispatchable capacity. And then, you have to distinguish that between my DRS offering that I sponsored in the company's rate case. Currently Kentucky Power is long capacity, so if we can peak shave, we would be a little longer, and that kind of avoided cost there, or that indifference price is the RPM price of capacity in that instance. And again, I don't know that peak shaving customer is going to be willing to peak shave for, that contract's a short-term contract, it's a 1-year commitment. I don't know if they're going to be there for 2 years, 5 years, or 30 years. Hopefully we're doing those types of things to, be mutually beneficial, and that the company can lower its capacity obligation at the same time, help one of its existing customers, remain financially viable and one or more, and continue and credit them for those activities and those 60 hours of dispatchability that they're committing to the company for that contract term.
But you identified in that calculation an outer bounds of capacity value for that peak shaving and ensure that it was less than that so that other customers were held harmless, right?
Yes, and I can't remember what exhibit it is, but yes, there's a cost-benefit analysis that shows, here's what we would pay the resource, here's what we think the cost service benefits are, and it's, value's less than, or value is more than the cost.
Right, and I guess what I'm asking is if that avoided capacity cost that you use as an outer bound to ensure that what the value you were providing them was less than, is that consistent between that process, right, the implementing the tariffs, going back to the original question, and what we're planning for here in terms of the IRP, how we're modeling things like EE and DSM?
This is Alex Vaughn again, and yes, Your Honor, I think it's absolutely consistent in that one is a 1-year commitment in that peak shaving tariff. So a 1-year avoided capacity price is X, and what Mr. Fisher is using and his team are using in the long-term planning of the company may be something different, because they're definitely different price signals to different products.
And what I was trying to find out from Mr. Fisher is, I understand what the installed capacity cost is of certain supply side resources, right? Those have been identified, something like $8,900 a kilowatt for nuclear, $8,500 or $9,500 for coal. I don't have it in front of me. $700 for one of the CCs, $900 for another. You've identified the installed capacity cost of supply side resources. So we know what those capacity costs are, right? We know how many kilowatts or megawatts they identify. For the demand side resources, and deferring those, either looking at those deferred investments, right, as an avoided cost, pushing that out 1, 2, 3 years, whatever the value of pushing out those may be from an alternative situation like DSM or EE. How do you look and ascribe a capacity value to have DSM or EE push out supply side resources in the Plexos model is what I'm really asking. And what capacity value is ascribed in that process?
Sure, thanks for clarifying. This is Scott Fisher again. Now, we haven't provided that specific metric in the document, but if you look at Table 8 on page 106, or if we can bring that up.
I've got page 108 of 2268.
106.
106. Okay.
So the first column, is a description of the resource. So if we just take the first one, it's a thermal shell residential energy efficiency bundle. And the cost to install it is 18 cents a kilowatt hour. And then that is going to save 1,500 megawatt hours each year if this is selected, and it lasts for 10 years. And so within our model, we have the load shape that the thermal shell program will influence. And Ishmael Martinez has the calculation of how much that thermal shell bundle will reduce our capacity planning requirement. I don't know if we provided that in Discovery or not, but we have that available. And so the Plexos model knows that as well. And that would be the quantification I think you're looking for. We don't normally publish that just because it's not needed by our model. It's really a calculation of the model. And that same is true for demand response, which is shown on page 109. And so, for demand response residential on table 11, the block size is 1,000 participants, and we expect it would save 800 kilowatts at those costs. And that's what Mr. Martinez would put in the Plexos model. The Plexos model would determine if that is one of the better solutions to be implemented over its entire life compared to the other options.
So let me ask then, the kilowatt hour savings applied to some, from that chart on 106, I think, applied to the, I don't know, whatever it may be, a low duration, whatever chart you were saying, right? That it was the demand, low duration. What was the application of those applied to?
I believe it'd be the residential other shape or heating and cooling shape.
Okay, so those applied to that shape provide a demand value, right?
Yes.
Okay, and I would assume that that as long as that demand value is less than some other demand value, right, some other dollar per kilowatt value, if it's below, it may be chosen. If it's above, it's unlikely to be chosen. Is that fair?
That is fair in most instances. But if you're familiar with linear optimization methodology, there could be instances where if it's trying just to solve a very small problem, it can choose a more appropriately sized solution that might cost more than a larger solution.
Might cost more on a snapshot basis, but as applied, like for instance, is that the difference effectively between a CT and a CC, right? Is that although they have different install capacity values, they provide different benefits throughout the different hours of the year. Is that fair?
Somewhat. It's more the case where the levelized cost of the CC, as shown on page 113, let's say is around $56 a megawatt hour. But the levelized cost of the combustion turbine is $150 a megawatt hour. But if the model really only needs 190 megawatts, on an incremental basis, it's going to pay more for that combustion turbine than the combined cycle from an LCOE perspective. But the overall solution to the case or the scenario that we run ends up being less costly with the combustion turbine addition because it's a smaller, it meets the solution from the size perspective better. That's what I was trying to communicate related to. There could be higher cost energy efficiency programs that can really fine-tune the optimization model solution, you know, that their levelized cost of these energy efficiency solutions most likely is higher than that levelized cost of the combined cycle. But you don't have to buy nearly as many of the energy efficiency bundles than the entire combined cycle.
And my last question on this front is, given that's the case, has the company changed its modeling since FERC's MOPR filing? And I guess the reason I ask that is because being long chunks of megawatts still had an additional value above and beyond the value to the utility in meeting its own demand, right? Because that excess amount could be sold amongst the companies or sold into the BRA. Now that is not the case, right? Or if it was the case, it's going to be MOPR'd, it's going to be, if it takes the risk of not clearing. So if the way you value that additional capacity, if it looks to solve it with the least amount of incremental megawatts, has the company changed the way that it's modeling those, since that additional value outside of meeting local or native demand has now evaporated?
Subject to check. I would say within the IRP construct, that is, we have not changed our modeling.
Okay. Ms. Frederick?
Thanks. Can you explain the role DSM will play after the termination of the Rockport UPA?
Scott, this is Scott Fisher. Relative to the IRP or just in general?
In general.
I would defer that to Brian, or company witness, West.
Yes, this is Brian West. I think that in general, everything has to be included in the mix. It's not just one thing, it's a lot of things. So, DSM programs need to play a role in that time frame after the UPA expires.
And what role do you see that being after the Rockport UPA expires?
Brian West speaking. And your question is what role? I guess I'm not quite sure what you mean. It will play a role. There will be. I would assume that we're going to propose some programs to add to our targeted energy efficiency low income program. So they will play a role in reducing load. Does that help? Sure.
That helps. I was just wondering what role you were expecting DSM to play after the termination of the Rockport UPA, and how the role of DSM programs would change potentially because of the termination of Rockport.
Brian West speaking. I don't think I think the role would be the same as the programs that we had before. To help customers reduce their kilowatt hour usage, to help them save money on their bills, and to ultimately reduce the load from Kentucky Power. So I think that they would have the same role as prior to this time and in the future when the UPA expires.
With the potential for carbon pricing and the implementation of additional environmental controls at Mitchell, explain whether Kentucky Power expects a ramping up of DSM.
Okay, Steve, Ben? Okay, I got the three of us on. We're trying to answer your email.
I don't know.
Yeah, hold on one
I
second.
can hear someone speaking, but I don't, this is Brian West, I don't understand what is being said.
Your question.
One second, Mr. West.
Is that if you look at the question, there's a
Muted.
request that they provide, like 2A don't focus on. And there's a request that they provide the source data and a brief description of the variables with any calculations underlying the data series. Yeah. That's all I can, that's all I can make.
That's okay. That seems to be what it is. As I came more and more into this,
Yeah.
Can you please kick out the
provided a comprehensive explanation of what it is they did.
Thank you. Yeah, kick. And then I think we're on mute. Thank you. Mr. Overstreet, can you?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair.
Can you hear me okay?
Unmuted.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, yes.
All right, thank you. We'll continue. If you want to re-ask your question, Ms. Frederick.
Okay. With the potential for carbon pricing and the implementation of additional environmental controls at Mitchell, explain whether Kentucky Power expects a ramping up of DSM.
This is Brian West speaking. Yes, I think that's something that we certainly need to look at. I believe it was mentioned in our 3-year action plan that we would be evaluating programs that we could, bring before the commission in a future filing. So, yes, we're certainly looking at that.
Explain whether any cost-benefit studies have been completed or have been initiated to ascertain the cost effectiveness of additional DSM programs.
Brian West speaking. No, we have not done any cost-benefit analysis on any specific programs at this time.
When evaluating DSM programs, does Kentucky Power evaluate a program past the total resource cost? Basically what I'm asking is, does Kentucky Power consider how programs compare with one another and consider putting more resources into programs that with higher cost-effective scores?
So Brian West speaking. I think that logically that makes sense to put more resources into something that is more cost-effective. But I think that when you're looking at a portfolio of energy efficiency programs, you have to balance it and not, put too much into one program. You also have to look at what the market potential is. And, typically that's done with a market potential study. And the last one that was done in Kentucky is probably old. I guess my point is it's stale. And you have to look at all of that together, I think, to balance that portfolio.
I'm going to be referring again to, I believe it's Table 17 that we've looked at before. There's 4 megawatts of volt-var optimization implemented in 2024. In addition, 2 megawatts of new energy efficiency and 1 megawatt of new distributed generation are implemented. Why does Kentucky Power propose volt-var optimization?
This is Scott Fisher. And, back in section 4, we describe what the volt-var optimization is, and it's resource characteristics and costs. And those were included into the modeling. And the modeling suggests that I believe in 2024, that is the first tranche that was identified in section 4 was selected, and it provides approximately a 4 megawatt capacity savings when operated.
Are there more efficient ways to reduce demand than volt-var?
Based on the inputs to the IRP, it's selecting it. It's suggesting that part of this portfolio, based on the existing resources and the existing obligation, that the 4 megawatt or the single tranche of volt-var is part of the solution.
When the model is choosing how much of a resource to add, how is it evaluating incremental cost effectiveness of each additional megawatt?
So it knows the total cost of each resource and the magnitude of capacity contribution of that resource, as well as its energy characteristics and the value of those energy characteristics over its life. And it looks at multiple iterations of those options, and it chooses the portfolio that provides the least cost through an iterative process.
Okay.
But can I ask, is it dynamic in that do you ascribe some sort of capacity and energy benefit of the resource at the outset, and then it maintains that through the iterations and through the life of the model?
Generally, again, this is Scott Fisher. Generally speaking, I would say yes. For like a solar farm, it's going to degrade every year, so that's included. Its output degrades over time. Is that what you're referring to? But generally, as described in section 4, each resource, the resource characteristics included in section 4 are what are monetized and evaluated within the Plexus model.
Okay, so let me ask this. You're aware of what at base, what ELCC is, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So, and you understand that ELCC is at least an attempt to look at the dynamic interaction that resources have over time as penetrations of different resources occur.
Exactly.
Yeah, and
Yes.
I think that maybe what Ms. Frederick is trying to get to is to ask whether or not the model itself employs that sort of dynamic perspective, in that the capacity contribution of resources, if they're fixed at the outset, versus if they are dynamic and change as it relates to different penetrations of different resources, which one this model employs.
This is Scott Fisher. It's not dynamic from that perspective. As described in section 4 for the solar and wind resources, we used a fixed effective load carrying capability over the analysis period. To address the overall penetration levels of intermittent resources, we've set the maximum build limit for wind to be 30% of Kentucky Power's energy demand and 15% for solar resources. And so those are the overall max build constraints for these two resources within the model. And I think as you're aware, PJM is continuing to work on this issue, and they've recently published some proposed revisions. And, we plan to implement those revisions in any, subsequent analyses that we do related to capacity additions.
Okay, this is my final question. How does Kentucky Power plan to contribute to the attainment of AEP's carbon neutral goal?
This is Brian West. Would Mr. Madison care to respond?
Sure. Like I was saying earlier, when you look at the resources that Kentucky Power has currently in its portfolio, it's the Mitchell plant, which is coal-fired, and we've got Big Sandy and the UPA with Rockport, which we know will expire, and we will walk away from that at the end of 2022. When you look at AEP's goals for the baseline, as I was discussing with Commissioner Matthews, is 2000 to 2050, with 2030 being 70% reduction from 2000, and 2050 being a reduction of 80%. It is the makeup of the entire AEP generating fleet. And we will not be, as I mentioned earlier, burdening our customers with a green goal. We're going to be looking at what is the next available kilowatt hours through this RFP modeling at the least cost. And that's what we'll do. So we don't have a goal at Kentucky Power to say by X date you need to reduce your carbon footprint by X amount.
Thank you. That concludes my questions.
It's currently 12:34. Unless anyone has an objection, I think it may be best to take a lunch break and come back for, I believe, would be cross-examination by Mr. Kurtz or Ms. Cone. Is there any objection to taking a lunch break now?
No objection.
Okay, we'll try to take the full hour. If we can come back, we'll be in recess until 1:30.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Overstreet, can you hear us?
I can, thank you.
Great, thank you. We are back on the record in case number 2019-00443. I believe staff is done with their cross-examination. Mr. Kurtz, Ms. Cone, you may ask.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, panel. When analyzing short-term market purchases, the company considered market purchases lasting less than a year, right? For instance, the 7-month purchase needed in the 2022-23 delivery year.
This is Scott Fisher. That's the assumption for that delivery year.
Did the company also consider seasonal market capacity purchases, like a 4-month summer purchase to satisfy its PJM obligations?
Within the IRP, we did not. That may be something that we consider, when we actually try to attempt to do the transaction.
Conversely, did the company consider market purchases with a term longer than 2 years?
Again, not with Scott. This is Scott Fisher, not within the IRP.
Would the company be open to market purchases longer than 2 years?
I believe so. I believe we stated that in discovery.
This is Alex Vaughn. I'd like to clarify those last two things. So from your question on seasonal capacity, as we indicated earlier, you have to have, it has to be a capacity resource for the entire PJM delivery year. So you can't simply buy PJM capacity for 4 summer months. That's not a product that exists or is compliant. Also, you know, it's while you can look at market purchases for any period of time, you have to know that it is a 1-year purchase every time. We have not found counterparties that would commit prior to a market being cleared because they don't know what the construct is or what the rules are for the applicable delivery year, as they've been changing. They've been very dynamic over the last, 3, 4, 5+ years, changing market conditions. No one wants to contract for capacity if they don't know what the rules are. So 3 years in advance, 1 year at a time. Sorry, that was Alex Vaughn, in case I didn't.
No, thank you. Thank you. Do you have anything on the market purchases beyond 2 years?
That's what I was trying to clarify. Again, Alex Vaughn, is that you can look 3 years out when a auction clears, when we're on a normal schedule, but it's only a 1 year in duration product that counterparties will sell.
So so there's no way, you're not permitted at all to go beyond 3 years, is what you're saying, as far as a term?
I'm not saying, again, Alex Vaughn, I'm not saying that we're not permitted to. I'm saying that it is difficult to impossible to find a counterparty willing to provide you capacity that's PJM compliant into our FRR plan into the future beyond what they know the market rules are. And you don't know what the market rules are until the plan parameters are set and the auction's conducted.
Thank you. Has any AEP company in the FR pool leaned on the pool for more than 2 years?
This is Alex Vaughn. I think Wheeling has done it. I know they've done it for 1 year. I'm not certain if they've done it for more than one consecutively. They've had one of the most drastically changing FRR positions out of all the companies. The obligation of that company has roughly tripled in a short period of time due to gas resources in the area.
I understand what you're saying about it's hard to find a party who would agree to this, but could Kentucky Power purchase within the FR pool for 2 years and then purchase outside of the pool for however long a counterparty would agree to?
Again, it's Alex Vaughn responding, but so you can, the FR pool and what happens there, that's like operational. Right, that's year to year, delivery year, how we solve for the whole obligation of the companies and how you settle out anyone's long or shorts. The power coordination agreement, that's the construct within how the companies settle that. It states that each company that's in a combined FR pool, so like Kentucky Power, APCO, whomever, is planning to meet their obligations long term. So it's not really designed for one company to lean on the others for some longer period of time. It's there to provide operational flexibility to do just that if you have changes in obligations or resources. But theoretically, whatever resources Kentucky Power plans for and are compliant with PJM and can bring that into the FR plan, that all works, whether that's a purchase from someone else long term, if you can find it, or it's a new resource, or whatever that may be.
Okay, switching gears a little, would the company's planned solar capacity be located in Kentucky? I know you said something about an RFP, but will you be aiming for Kentucky location?
This is Alex. I can speak to that RFP, and I'll leave it up to Mr. Fisher to speak to that, how the IRP considers solar resources. That RFP was for Kentucky-specific resources because we wanted it on the company's distribution system. the solar resource.
This is Scott Fisher. Within the IRP, the assumption is it's located in Kentucky. I don't think, that doesn't prohibit the company when they do an RFP, if there's a better resource across the river, that can't be evaluated.
Do you have any idea how much land that amount of solar capacity would require?
This is Scott. Could you repeat that, please?
Do you have any idea how much land that amount of solar capacity, I think it's 300 megawatts, would require?
We estimate 6 acres per megawatt. 6 or 7 acres. It's in the IRP.
Ms. Cohn, can I ask if you can just go a little bit closer to the microphone?
Yes, I'll speak up. Okay, are there any reliability implications from replacing firm Rockport capacity with intermittent solar capacity in the near future?
Based on the IRP analysis, no.
If you continue to add solar capacity resources over time, would the capacity value of the solar resources decline?
In the construct of the IRP and the assumption in the IRP, they do not. But as I mentioned earlier, there's a new draft rule in PJM that discusses the effective load carrying capability for intermittent resources. And that proposed rule does show a decline in the planning capacity for solar resources.
Thank you. Finally, this was somewhat addressed earlier, but I just wanted to clarify for the short term. The company found that due to load growth and the retirement of Rockport, it would have a firm capacity need of 140 megawatts by 2022. Given COVID load declines, is 140 still the right number?
This is Scott Fisher. I've not looked at that. I don't know if anybody else on the call has looked at it recently. I think Chad mentioned the load we expect it to recover, so it should be approximately close to the 140. That would be my educated response.
Yeah, this is Chad Burnett. I'll just mention in the nearer term, COVID had a pretty dramatic impact on our load forecast. I think it was down nearly 5%. But again, we don't expect this pandemic to last throughout. So I would expect the load obligation has dropped and will drop if we were to rerun the whole IRP process with the latest information we have today. I suspect our load obligation is going to be lower now than it was what was modeled. But I don't think it's going to stay as low as it currently is.
Do you have any guess as to what level it would be, roughly?
Well, I hate to tell you wrong. We can, if you want to do a data request, we could give you that specific numbers, and specifically how far out you're wanting to talk. Because again, you think about it as kind of a pie that's going to get a little bit smaller and smaller as the impact of this pandemic wears out. But so I just know, what we saw in 2020 is the biggest impact we're going to see, and that was a 5% reduction from that initial forecast. So you can just kind of imagine as we go further out into the forecast horizon, that gap's going to get a little bit smaller.
All right, we can do that. We'll do.
I just want to reiterate those parts that go into that IRP optimization that you were talking about.
All right, thank you. We'll do a post-hearing DR on that. That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Cook?
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. On behalf of the Attorney General, Lawrence Cook here. I just have essentially one area of inquiry that I'd like to go into. And this IRP stated that within the next 10 years, Kentucky Power believes that customers will acquire 9 megawatts of distributed solar generation. And so I was wondering, first of all, do you all have any expected breakdown of that as to commercial versus solar, commercial versus residential, or is that just a generalized expectation?
This is Scott Fisher, and I would have to recheck our reference. We get that data from PJM, and we've referenced the data source in the IRP. For the IRP purposes, we've rolled it up. I'm pretty sure it's characterized as one number. That's what we've modeled in the IRP.
Okay. And does your modeling on that particular issue also take into consideration, for example, the economic situation in the service territory? I'm just wondering whether that's realistic to expect that you could expect that many residential class customers to be participating to that degree.
Yeah, this is Scott Fish again. That is a concern, and the data that we're using was prepared for PJM by a consultant that they hired. I believe that they consider, the overall economics of the region in their forecasting of behind the meter renewable energy. But I have not, investigated or analyzed their work product to any degree.
Okay. Well, I think that's the only questions I have then.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Commissioner Matthews?
I don't believe I have any.
Okay, thanks. We're not all that lucky. I do have a few. How in modeling expected industrial load or new load or economic development expansion does the company account for, how does the company account for changes in its own rates in considering those additions?
This is Chad Burnett. So I think you're asking, when you say change in rates, are you talking about like the rates that customers are paying for electricity and how that would interact with the demand elasticity?
Yeah, Mr. Burnett, effectively what I'm asking is if Kentucky Power believes that their retail rates are going to increase faster or slower than surrounding states, right, or other PJM utilities. How is that modeled or considered in relation to economic expansion or economic development for the IRP purposes?
So within the load forecast itself, we are looking at long-term prices as a key input to the load forecast because of that demand elasticity that you mentioned. So our load forecast does assume a certain price projection as far as how Kentucky customers are, what the price of electricity will be into the long term. And so that's already accounted for in terms of the opportunity for load growth in and of itself, because we're looking at that relationship between price and consumption.
Okay, and do you use retail rates for that?
Yes, the full bundle retail rate, including fuel.
And Mr. Burnett, how do you receive that information? What information do you use as that input? Is it a 5-year capital plan plus O&M adders? Is it a macro expectation looking at from AEP to Kentucky Power, or is it a sort of a Kentucky Power projection provided to AEPSC in order for it to be included in the modeling?
So we use in the near term, so we kind of split this up based on time horizon. In the near term, it's based on our most recent Kentucky Power's financial plan, but then we would kind of look for the long term is going to come from the EIA's annual energy outlook. And so whatever, because they're going to be projecting for that region itself where their expected prices to go. And so we kind of marry those two together so that we kind of have a consistent projection of where Kentucky Power's current rates are and how they would be escalated based on what's happening in the region.
So it's not necessarily utility-specific escalation expectations, it's EIA's regional expectations for price increases.
Yes. That is calibrated to the Kentucky Power current rates.
Right. Let me ask Mr. Burnett, do you only calibrate it if there's a disconnect between where the short-term outlook ends and the EIA forecast begins?
Yes, but we calibrate that for every situation. We're going to make sure, we're just blending those two because we've got two sources. So we're going to calibrate that regardless of whether they're close or far apart. We're just going to make sure that they align so that you got a consistent projection for those long-term rates.
And I guess the questions I had earlier about how the IRP is planned to fulfill the PJM FRR plan versus to fulfill the statutory obligation for service, as I've indicated to Mr. Overstreet, I think I'll ask that in post-hearing data request. Is there, and if there is, why, a disconnect between the IRP and actual resource acquisition?
This is Scott Fisher. I can provide an initial response, and I think Brian might want to follow up. But so, the first thing is the IRP is a snapshot in time, and it was done, last year, middle of last year. And as time moves forward, or as the company identifies a need for resources and begins the process of resource acquisition, the inputs that are going to drive that decision are all going to be at that time, and those evaluations will be made at that time, and that would be the resource that the company would bring to the commission for approval based on those economics, and the economics at that time might be completely different than the economics that are in the IRP.
Let me ask it this way. If the IRP is a snapshot in time, would the IRP be a definitive source document for that decision if it was made on the day the IRP was conducted? Like if the next day the company was in the position envisioned in the IRP, would there have to be additional legwork done by the company to determine the appropriate or adequate resources?
The answer to that is yes, and that's based on the inputs into the IRP. So if all the inputs to the IRP were based on an RFP and legally binding with the supplier of the said resource, then I think I could agree with your statement. But what's in the IRP are proxies of resources that we expect to be available in the future.
And so I go back to Ms. Frederick's question earlier where she was referencing, I think, one of the public comments filed in this case about RFPs, that the last few IRPs had indicated a resource preference, but that the company has not conducted any RFPs to determine whether or what those prices would be specific to that resource. Does that make sense? So, as Mr. Vaughn said, that the company has conducted an RFP for 20 megawatts of solar in its territory, but I think my question would be, has the company conducted any RFPs following its last 2 or 3 IRPs to determine whether the prices assumed in the IRP for those resources chosen is in line with what the real world expectations will be in procuring those resources.
Not that this is Scott Fisher, not that I'm aware of.
This is Alex Vaughn. Just to clarify, Kentucky Power hasn't done a all resource RFP, but affiliates have, and I think, you know, when Mr. Fisher and his team look at what the inputs are for some of those, like say new solar, when I look at the new solar resource table in here, it's consistent with RFP responses we have seen from other affiliate solicitations for utility scale solar or wind. So I mean, it's reasonably expected to produce something like that. But again, the IRP may select a certain resource, as Mr. Fisher said, at that standpoint in time. But then if you go out and do an all source RFP, you're going to evaluate everything you get, and you're going to look at the most economic resource there.
Yeah, I guess what I appreciate that, and if the company has real world experience with responses to RFP, I guess my question is, why aren't those the proxies?
As Mr. Vaughn stated, so, the RFPs are unique in nature. And so we attempt to extract data from those that we think are generic enough that we can carry over into the said IRP we're working on. But again, the RFPs that we're referencing are for a specific resource in a specific date and time. And as you know, this IRP, for example, is for 15 years. And so, the value of the data from the RFP has some value in the near term. But as we know, Kentucky Power is long for the next couple of years. So, we have to take some of the information with a grain of salt, and we need to rely on our sort of fundamental data sources for the longer term or the generic cost for these resources over the long term.
Well, I appreciate that there's an identification that the company is, quote, long for the next few years, but it's the next delivery year for which there's going to be an auction. So if there were going to be other actions taken, I mean, is there any disagreement from the company that the company needs to be thinking about that now, given that the capacity price signals are going to occur in a number of months?
And I think Witness Vaughn discussed the bridge agreement, but I defer to Witness Vaughn.
This is Alex Vaughn, but so for the next, like we discussed earlier, you have that short-term ability to cure any short there with Kentucky Power may have, during the Rockport UPA delivery year 22-23 where it goes away. We have that ability, that flexibility within the it's the you were close, Mr. Fisher. It's the power coordination agreement. Within that one, you can essentially get a proxy market purchase from your affiliates under that. But I think I'll leave it to Company West or Company Madison to discuss. But I think we are the company is thinking what is it's currently evaluating what its next longer term capacity move is.
Well, and that's what I guess what I'm really asking is that, Mr. Burnett, that may be you. I guess what I'm asking is that in December the 10th, right, in the year that starts in about 3 weeks, there are going to be one or two capacity auctions for the next 2 delivery years, right? Or the 2 that haven't had an auction yet. And one of the auctions that are coming up fairly soon will be for the year in which Kentucky Power intends to have some generation to meet its load, some new generation, in addition to the short-term market purchases under this plan, right? The preferred plan includes a number of megawatts of I believe, solar generation. And so I'm attempting to find out, I assume it takes a while to build something or to hire somebody to build something, or if you're going to enter into a PPA for that person to build it. So what I'm trying to find out is, you have this IRP, and those decisions by definition are almost going to have to already be made and in place by the time the next IRP gets filed. And so what I'm asking is, in lieu of the proxy, will the first time this Public Service Commission sees real pricing or real responses to RFPs that are actual real world and not proxy numbers for that expected generation in the preferred plan be when the utility shows up for a CPCN or for some other commission approval?
This is Brian West. I believe that that would likely be the case. I think that there's a point where, and I appreciate what you're saying about, kind of testing the market to see if the prices are what you are modeling. But at some point, those folks that are doing that won't typically, respond if you're not actually trying to build something and you're just trying to gather data. At the point where we have decided that, we are going to pursue a certain resource, the analysis will be done and it would be fully, prepared as part of the CPCN filing.
Right, but you can appreciate, Mr. West, that the purpose of the IRP is to take a global view of resource planning, whereas responses to a specific action plan that the company has chosen and then is attempting to fill with specific responses are 2 different processes from the Commission's perspective. One is responsive to an action plan chosen by the company, while the other one is supposed to be a holistic resource planning process.
Brian West responding. I believe that's fair.
In the next IRP, does the company expect to implement or model the ELCC or capacity? I keep wanting to call it capacity value, but that's not appropriate. The capacity amount of intermittent resources for whatever rule is in effect in PJM at that time.
This is Scott Fisher. Yes, sir. That would be our plan.
Okay, and with that, Mr. Fisher, is the expectation that as opposed to this, where it's a static value in each out year, that either you all would model or ask someone else to model or attempt to model what the expected generation mix is in those years, and so what the ELCC value is for those resources in different years?
Yes, sir. So, right now, my vision for that is, going back to our fundamental commodity price forecast, that process identifies the resource additions within PJM in total. or really within North America, the Eastern Grid. And so from the data in those simulations that go into our fundamental commodity price forecasting, I can see by year the nameplate value of solar additions that are included, or wind additions, or battery storage additions. And then based on that penetration level, we can then assign the ELC recommendations that come from PJM. And so when we do different scenarios, in the fundamental forecast, we're going to get different penetration levels of each resource. And then the ELC would be adjusted based on which scenario we're modeling at the time.
Okay. Switching gears, and I think this may be a question for Mr. Burnett. When you look at, or I don't know who, but when you look at the different scenarios, the no carbon scenarios, the high, base, low scenarios, and the future modeling, do you all just look at those and as they relate to each other, or do you, in terms of your own planning, ascribe some sort of likelihood that those scenarios will occur? Like the probability of the scenarios, rather than just separate scenarios to look at a high, a medium, a low, and then a carbon or no carbon restraint scenario.
Chad, you want me to take this?
So I'll just say briefly about the load, and then I'll let you do the rest. But all I would say is, if in terms of probabilities, the base forecast is the one that we would assign the highest likelihood, and then the other scenarios, we really are not trying to put a probability as far as what those are likely to occur. So if you're wanting to know which one is the most likely, it's the base. But we're not trying to put necessarily we're more likely to have a higher load, at least on the load. But you mentioned some other scenarios, so I'll let Company Witness Fisher explain some of those.
I would agree with that statement for the fundamental forecast as well. I'm not sure if Carl Bledsecker is still on the phone, but this is his work product, and so Carl could respond.
Yeah, thank you. This is Carl. Thank you very much, Scott. It is true that the base case forecast, or some refer to it as a reference case forecast, is the most likely forecast in our estimation. But we put bands around that most likely forecast with the scenarios and inputs that go into the high and go into the low. And also there's been a need to have a no carbon scenario. So we don't start off with what situation does it take to have a 25% higher or lower band. We just identify individual features and inputs that then create those bands around the base case forecast to give you a reasonable view of the likelihood of a resulting electricity price.
Right, but if the company reasonably believes that the low, a low scenario is much more likely than the high scenario, why wouldn't it be reasonable or even necessary to ascribe some probability to that to help guide your decision making or the outcome of the IRP?
This is Carl again. I appreciate your question. When you peel off a few layers and realize, or look at what makes up the high case or the low case, it really is a one standard deviation in fuels prices, and then the associated load that would go with that. So to some degree, they're symmetrical, and we don't necessarily believe that if it's going to be low or it's going to be high. We think that the highest probability is of course, the base case, and then we have that banding around it based on those different input parameters.
Okay. I read as much as I could in the number of days I had of the filing made in the rate case, the November 30 filing on the Ash Pond impoundment plan and request to, lengthen the date of compliance. I guess what I didn't take out of that was what the company's plan is for Mitchell as it relates to ELG, and in particular the plans around the chemical processing of discharge water or effluent. Could somebody talk to that?
Sure. This is Tim Kearns, and I'll speak to that to the degree that we have, the scope identified. So for CCR, as we've mentioned, we would split an existing pond into 2 ponds with the addition of a splitter dike and a compliant liner, a CCR compliant liner. And so operationally, we'd basically have 2 smaller pond systems, or a smaller pond system than what we have today. From the standpoint of the effluent limitations guidelines, that's going to require modifications to each of the boilers, or the boiler on each unit, and converting that system to a dry bottom ash system, where we would transport that ash outside the boiler house proper and then truck that to the landfill. The non-contact waters and the cooling water will still have a place for that water to go into one of the existing ponds and recirculate that rather than discharging.
Okay. And relative, do you expect that to be more or less expensive, the ELG portion of that, than the impoundment costs?
I expect it to be more expensive just from the amount of equipment required to stop sluicing the bottom ash to a pond system and ultimately get it out in a dry fashion into the landfill. I'm sorry, that was Tim Kearns again.
And so my last question, and maybe this is a question for Mr. Fisher, but whoever needs to answer it. I don't know that I necessarily understood earlier, and hoping you can help me here. I think I took away that at one point that the comment was that the IRP was conducted to try to plan to meet the company's peak demand, and as I understand it, meet the peak demand as it relates to its obligations under the PJM FRR plan. How does it balance meeting that peak demand with being able to serve native load at the lowest reasonable cost in terms of energy?
So you're correct. The premise, or a major premise, is to meet the PJM capacity load obligation, which is shown, on page ES3. But, within the construct of the RTO, PJM, and within the construct of our modeling, all of the company's assets are liquidated at the forecasted hourly energy price. And then the model buys back from the RTO the load obligation. And then our model takes all that information and develops a net cost to serve the customer.
Okay.
Does that help?
It does. It is my understanding, and I get to come to this late, so everything is a summary of things that have happened in the past. Most of it I learned from Mr. Overstreet. That the refiring or refueling of the Big Sandy, it's Big Sandy 1 unit was a fairly inexpensive or cost beneficial way to meet the company's FRR plan, and I'm paraphrasing here, but it's fairly cheap capacity, right? regardless of how often it dispatched, or if it ever dispatched, as long as it was available for dispatch, the dispatch cost wasn't necessarily as big of a factor as it was the conversion cost on a kilowatt basis was fairly inexpensive, or compared to alternatives. So if that's the primary driver, then why is it that and I forget what page the chart is on, maybe, I forget what it has, the capacity values of, the 9,500 for coal, the 80 whatever hundred for nuclear. I guess what I'm asking is your previous answer the reason why the model doesn't automatically choose the lowest cost per kilowatt that is simultaneously the smallest or best fit for the need? Does that question make sense?
Not
Okay, so
really,
let me ask
sorry.
it this way: if you have a CC and a CT, right?
Yes.
That have the same installed capacity cost per kilowatt. Let's just make up that they're the same size. I don't know, 500 megawatts, right?
Yeah.
They're going to have a different energy value or an energy cost, right? A variable energy cost. So where
Yes.
does that variable energy cost play into the model's outcomes or preferred plans?
Sure. So Plexus knows the variable cost of all resources, right? And it also knows the market value for every hour of that marginal energy. And so if it makes sense, more often than not, it's going to make sense to run the combined cycle because its marginal cost is lower than the marginal cost of the simple cycle combustion turbine. So the margin that it earns every hour is going to be accumulated within the model, and it will use that margin to evaluate the cost of that resource versus the cost of the simple cycle resource.
And on that, let's just make up numbers again. Let's say the combined cycle variable energy cost is $20 all in, and the CT is 40, right? Are you saying that the model assumes, let's just say in any given time period, it's the average price of LMP is $30, that the CC is not only dispatching, but it's making $10 a megawatt hour over its cost, and so that's going to show up as being more cost beneficial than the CT?
You broke up a little bit, but I think I would say for that hour, yes, and then the model accumulates all that to determine the life cycle cost of that option.
Okay, and then in addition to showing what the margin is in every hour, is that calculated on a revenue requirement basis? Both the treatment of the capital costs and the treatment of those what would effectively be off-system sales, the amount of production in excess of native demand?
Yes.
Okay, and when you model those, do you take into account what tariffs the utility has in relation to off-system sales to determine the revenue requirement benefit?
Mark Becker can correct me, but I don't believe so. I can't hear you, Mark. You're saying
That's correct, Scott.
Okay, so
the model looks at the revenue requirement, which is a combination of two things: the fixed cost of the resource, being fixed O&M, the recovery of the capital cost to install that resource, the fuel cost, variable O&M costs, and then weighs that against the revenues that particular facility would get in making sales to the PJM energy market. And it does that through the planning horizon. And it looks at the cumulative present worth of those revenue requirements over that period of time to determine what the least cost plan is for for the particular operating company. So it looks at all the variables of cost and revenues.
Okay.
And within section 5, figure 41, for example, on page 150 of the PDF is showing you the cumulative present worth of the revenue requirements at over different time periods. And so we broke it down so you can see, or so everybody can see, the cost of the plans at different points in time.
Okay. The preferred outcome, can we bring that up?
Zach,
Table 17.
Zach, can you please bring up table 17 again? Thank you.
Okay. So, with the natural gas coming in 2031 in this plan, but assume it could be at any point in this plan. If we assume that the PJM MOBR is in place in the year in which the company expects the new natural gas to come online, which I'm just picking on the new natural gas because it's most likely to be brought in larger undefined blocks, right? It's much easier to scale solar and wind to a fairly specific megawatt amount, but it's much harder for thermal units right now with the current technology as I understand it. So from what I took away from the natural gas, that I don't know if it's clear to me whether this is a 122 megawatt facility or if this is a portion, 122 megawatts of a larger facility. Can somebody clarify that for me?
Yes, this is Scott Fisher. So the resource shown here is an aeroderivative resource, and it consists of 2 units.
And is
it's
there
100%?
This is 100%. Okay. So if in the future the preferred resource, let's say in 3 years, at some point, let's say 2027, the preferred resource shows up to be a 500 megawatt gas facility, right? And the expectation is that that Kentucky Power is going to be allocated a quarter of it. I think that was thrown out, not maybe the preferred plan, but one of the plans that was looked at.
Yes, sir.
With the change in the MOBR, where FRR facilities, since they are FRR and they are rate-based somewhere, and that's apparently a subsidy according to some, that if you're long there, you're not going to be able to sell that in to the auctions. Well, I guess maybe you can, but it's going to have a minimum offer price added to it, right? How are you all going to be able to model for that moving forward? And that, as I understand it, unless you just assume that clearing price is going to, or that price floor is going to apply to it in auctions, that the only other place to sell it would be in and amongst that PRC group. How are you all going to be able to model that, or have you all thought about that yet?
This is Scott Fisher. As far as I know, we have not had those discussions.
Okay, so just to confirm, the expectation is that the Wheeling Power IRP won't include a discussion on that or outcomes with those assumptions?
No. For example, Wheeling Power is long, and so and they have different requirements in West Virginia, and so the IRP is relatively simple. They're long, and they're expected to be long over the entire planning period. So no additional analysis was needed.
Okay. and maybe this will be for you again, Mr. Fisher. We were talking about we were talking earlier about the use of generic versus specific resources. I guess it's a two-part question. The first is for, let's say, 101 megawatts of solar nameplate. Is it assumed that that generic resource is a build and transfer, a third-party build, transfer to the company at the company's weighted average cost of capital, rate-based asset for the company? Is that the assumptions for the solar and wind facilities modeled?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does the company look at generic facilities that are PPAs where effectively it'll be at whatever, which I know I'm getting in the weeds here, but effectively it would be at the developer's weighted average cost of capital, which may be more or less than the company's. But have you all looked at PPA values versus third-party build and transfer and ownership for the companies as a generic resource?
Yes, we have. And we included that in our recent filing in Virginia for the Virginia Clean Economy Act.
Okay, and did those show up as being more expensive or less expensive than the company's assumptions in this case for the generic new wind and new solar?
I can't answer that specific question, but within the Virginia filing, the PPA solar has a lower levelized cost than the owned solar.
Okay.
I don't know how it compares to what we modeled here.
Okay.
So,
But apples to apples, the same two generic resources, but just different ownership models in Virginia, the PPA did show up to have a lower LCOE than the third-party build or AEP build and AEP own.
yes, sir.
Okay. And then the 20 megawatt solar that was discussed earlier, I think we can take that down, Mr. Rippey. Thank you. The 20 megawatt solar that was referred to earlier that was in response to an RFP, was that a third-party PPA or that was required to be located in Kentucky Power's territory, or was that a third-party build transfer to Kentucky Power?
This is Alex Vaughn responding. Just a quick clarification on that last answer about the PPA versus owned resource. I don't think you can characterize it as apples to apples, because one is a longer life asset versus an ownership. You have that through the resource's entire useful life, and a PPA is generally for a shorter term. And then you have the third party's prescribed value to that tail included in the price. The utility also sees a little more value from that owned asset because they have more optionality with repowering, and they have the site. So, as you go down the trail of adding more renewables and all of PJM, sites are going to become more finite and more valuable as the years go by.
So can I ask Mr. Vaughn, a follow-up to that, Mr. Vaughn? When the company conducts its LCOE for its own and OWN, the ones that it owns, does it calculate that LCOE decommissioning costs?
Well, we do it for regulatory approval purposes. We do. I'm not sure if there's ARL or removal cost in that. I'll have to defer to Mr. Fisher.
There might be some. I would say it's not material, but there might be some. I'll need to go back and read the deets.
Okay. So to the second question, Mr. Vaughn, I guess the 20 megawatt RFP, could you talk to that as to what the ownership model was for that RFP?
Yes. Yeah. This is Alex Vaughn responding. It was a RFP for an owned asset. So counterparties bid in projects that they would build and then transfer, via sale to the company upon mechanical completion of the project.
Okay. all the questions I have. I'll go back and check, because make sure, Mr. Matthews, you don't have anything?
I do not.
Thank you. Mr. Overstreet, do you have any redirect?
No, Your Honor, I do not.
Okay. So with that, I think that's the conclusion of, I know Ms. Cohn, you have no witnesses, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Cook, the same?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, since there are no further questions, I think all the witnesses can be excused. We don't have any exhibits that were outside of the record. And we don't have any motions. Is that still the case, Mr. Overstreet?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And so as I understand it, I think the commission staff will have one post-hearing data request, and I think Ms. Cohn, you indicated you would have one as well.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. How much time do you need would you need to draft and file that post-hearing data request?
I could do it very quickly. I could do it, I don't know, by the end of the day tomorrow if you need me to.
Okay, so how about we have the post-hearing data requests in this case filed by the 11th, which is tomorrow. And Mr. Overstreet, I think you have some things going on. You may have a reply brief at some point due. I don't know that we're under a great deal of time stress with this, so we'll defer to you to pick a date as to how long you'll need to respond to the post-hearing data request.
Let's see, Ms. Blend?
Yes.
I'm thinking maybe, and anyone else want to chime in, maybe have it due on the 22nd? Is that reasonable, or?
Yes, I think that's reasonable.
Does that meet with Ms. Cohn and Mr. Cook and the commissions?
Yes, that works for us, Mr. Overstreet.
Okay.
No objection.
So we'll have it due, what day of the week that is?
I believe it's Tuesday.
Okay. Tuesday the 22nd. Okay. And I don't believe we will have any briefing in this matter based on my understanding of the procedure. But I do think that the staff report should be issued. I hate to use the word soon, but it will be issued after the hearing in this matter. And of course, the parties will have an opportunity to comment on the staff report and the IRP itself. And then I think the ordinary procedure, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Overstreet, Kentucky Power will then have the opportunity to respond to the comments on the staff report and the IRP responses. Is there anything else that needs to be addressed by order from the bench in this case?
Your Honor, I may be wrong, I probably am wrong on this, but I was thinking that there were going to be comments issued or some sort of filing by the parties prior to the staff report. Am I mistaken in that? Only be the 10th time today.
Vice Chair, if I may,
Please.
I believe we had the schedule so that the comments were to be filed after the staff report.
Okay, thank you.
I think that may keep some redundant cross comments down, that they'll only need to be filed once instead of in response to two different documents. But if we need to clarify that procedure, we will do so in a subsequent order then as well, Mr. Overstreet.
Thank you.
Just please request that. Is there anything else? All All right, thank you all very much. Hearing nothing else, this meeting or this hearing is adjourned. Thank you.